and trying to understand what be the use cases. First result was we were deeply engaged by the Commission side at some stage. We worked with some initiatives to try and pass on, jointly with the JRC, try to come up with this plan for mapping the use cases that are comprehensive enough for the European landscape. And of course, we had to do that because it was basically the departing point of what we wanted to achieve. So after having defined the use cases, we actually had to do in parallel a representation. So the use cases are fine. We set the data in between, but we had to have an architecture, a reference guidance for us. So we came about with Schwere. Schwere is our reference architecture. It's fully published and fully open, which is the motto of most of the results of the project. As everyone knows it, they are in the public open. We are not afraid of showing our results. We're not afraid of showing what we did, and actually we are quite pleased on seeing even ourselves and others to build on top of that. So we actually made good of creating this architecture, which was already compliant of many of what we now see at the main themes right now. Interoperability, of course, compatibility between the systems, defining ways of interlinking different systems, and most of all, making sure that what we were creating was not just a silver bullet. We never said that we will have just one solution for interoperability. We did say that we had a methodology and a way of achieving that. And our focus was always at the very beginning to create the tools, to create the means to actually make everyone else participate in this creation of interoperability solutions. As you will see, the ultimate attestment to that was also the results that we have from the open calls, the first open calls, and even right now the second open calls, which will have a separate session to present that, is an attestment to that. So having defined what it is, the key architecture in Schwere, then what was the next step? Talk about semantics, to build up these legal pieces of what it is semantics. We departed as from the very beginning from Saref. So Saref was our guiding principle, but it was one of the ontologies that we did to represent here. And here is the first time when we start talking about the meaning of data, of exchanging data between systems that went way beyond the regular APIs. So we are not just defining APIs, we're defining how to pass on knowledge between everybody. So we created a bit of a movement that we call the Sarifization, which was basically to create the grounds for everyone to have interoperable interfaces based on Sarif. So this Sarifization process was really key because it allowed us to create these modeled representations of different assets and systems compliant with Sarif, and ultimately later on as major outputs actually to contribute to Sarif and to its extensions. Of course, we have, again, founding fathers here of the work being done on Sarif, and it's really important to understand that Sarif is a good guiding principle from the very beginning, because Sarif was, when it was created on an openness basis. It was something that defines the bare minimum and then gives openness for the rest to come in. That's why we have now the extension, that's why we now have a comprehensive set of contributions then also on the semantic side. And the more dense part that came after. Because all of this only makes sense if we're talking about implementing this. And there was a massive challenge in developing everything here. So we can now safely say that we have interoperability working and Sarif-based technologies out in the open in different levels. You will see them in the practical terms throughout the afternoon. But this was the really centerpiece, because we started having to develop the tools for this. And this where we came up with the key exploitable results. So we start developing them. The semantic interoperability framework will be a topic of many of the discussions today, was in fact the key and the cornerstone benchmark for all of the implementation that we did afterwards. And it's really important for you to understand, because it's really a complex system. It's not what we usually call soft science. No, it's actually hardcore science in terms of data mapping. It's really something that allows us to create even other tools. So implementing interoperability framework, we created specialized tools. So we have the DSO interface, which is quite critical for us, and it's also discussion between us because it goes into a domain, and InterConnect departed from the buildings but reaching out to the grids. And going into the grid side, it's where the domain gets much more dense and much more difficult to map it, because this is where we're in a land where typical systems are much more conservative when compared to the other domains. Still, we managed to come with a definition of the DSO interface, which ultimately is what allows us to develop another key exploitable result at a different time, you will see throughout the discussions today, which is interoperable recommend that came from the challenge that was launched by the Commission on the energy applications, and especially to tackle this issue that we now know, which is the war in Ukraine, and especially the resiliency that the overall system, the European system, has to ensure. But the cares were fundamental because this is our centerpiece. They are public, they are well documented, and we have people that not only tested, validated, and implemented it. And this is really, really a key point I would like to stress. All of this actually allow us at the later stage to come back to the development of the cares, because this has been an iterative process, and to show that the CIF was really the grounds to all of this. And the interoperable recommender, as we'll have an opportunity to talk about it, was yet another piece of that. So what did we do next? We put our mouth where money is, which is we needed to go to the field, to the practice, to say, okay, we were developing this, let's see if in practice this works. This meant that we had to go to the demonstrators, we start to prepare them, and you can imagine there are some people here that have a lot of gray hairs about it, because it had to deal with moving technology there. So on one side, we did the development of the cares, we started integrating on the manufacturers, and we had to take it on the field. And to take it on the field, it's taking on different ecosystems of tertiary buildings and on residential buildings. Tertiary buildings have challenges of their own, which are quite different, but still we had the opportunity because we have partners here that are owners or co-owners of those buildings. Still massive challenges there. But for residential, that's a new landscape. It's where we have the uncertainty, it's where we have to deal with people, and we have to meet their expectations and meet the expectations also of the consortium. And we basically did massive deployment of appliances. You will see them in the laboratory that we have installed there. Those are the same appliances that we have in our demonstration. Those are the same use cases that we defined previously on that are operating and giving support to the use of these appliances. And this is actually the demos that we had on the project. So large-scale demos, 7 countries, and of course an overarching perspective that we'll have an opportunity to discuss over the afternoon session that shows one thing that we were quite keen on showing to everyone, including the Commission, is that we're not working on silos. We're working on pilots that have their own specificities, but also showing that there are synergies between the pilots that can be explored together. One of them quite clear, which is we have one machine from one manufacturer that is installed in different countries with different, just to give you an idea, some aspects that we were not actually considering, which is the panels for each of the machines have to be translated in each of the language of the country. So in Germany, had to be panels with German terms there, in Portugal with Portuguese terms. So all of these are part of the challenge that we had to face on a daily basis. But ultimately, it's the same model that's in Portugal, can be the same model that it's in Germany, in the Netherlands, and we can, as we will show you, actually play with this. This is really a Lego-like perspective that we can build here. And we can even bring in new use cases that when going into the demos, each of the participants had extra cases to bring in, additional automation, additional use cases beyond what the project was about. We'll also hear a bit of that later on. And of course, we had admits of that to support also the open calls. So the first open call is where we put this to the test, to the prototyping, where we had 10 participants, 10 SMEs bringing in together their expertise and cooperating with us in developing different solutions. What is interesting is that they covered some of the common aspects that we have in the project, but also very specific implementations on their own, which is still interesting because it gave a way to show that what we developed in the project was not self-contained, and it was not just a vision from the consortium itself. And also, with this process, we had to refine everything, because everything that it's built on innovation, it's a growing process. So this is the road to interoperability. It's once again a road that it's made with several steps. So we need to refine, to reiterate, go back. How many of us that are present in this room really had to deal with bugs, with issues, with non-working technology, with some connectivity issues, some basics that affect everyone, but ultimately also focusing, sorting those out and starting to refine even our own solutions. So we had to refine the key exploitable results. We had to improve them. We had to focus on the approach, and we had to collect feedback from 2 fronts, the demonstrators and also the open calls, which are the users. Last but not least, one of the second open calls is actually where we had the challenge launched by the Commission, which was to support this resiliency of the electrical system with the energy crisis that we're having right now. Not so much, fortunately, as it was expected, but still something that we need to deep dive on this. And this was a massive challenge that was brought into the project to support this use case jointly with a refurbished and redone set of second open calls, where we had the development of a set of energy applications to engage the end consumers. Engaging the end consumers was something that we did at very different levels. Either, for instance, store owners, as in Portugal, or regular users of appliances and systems in our households, as we all are. But with this part of the energy crisis came this need to support this movement. So we have to go back and then to the refinement of the curves. It's where the interoperable recommender came in. It's important to mention that all in all, this is a sound-based strategy and it's based on scientific approaches to the implementation. The ultimate goal was to find a methodology that allows us to collect publicly available information, to disseminate that information to decision bodies, and then allow the consumers to receive actionable results in telling, should I consume at this hour, or should I try and reduce my consumption in a way that it's not self-imposed? And this gave birth to actually the specific use case to support this, and we have been successful in doing that, and passing this on to the energy applications open calls, which we'll see here today. We have the 6 participants today with us, to also with a separate session, and this was basically where we made the final proof of concept with the developments that we did with the CARES, which is, under a new context, we actually made way of showing that what we developed also matched this ambitious use case, and match also with the new method, with the new key exploitable result, which is interoperable recommend, that we'll have an opportunity to discuss throughout the sessions. And then again, to come up with something that helps even companies, SMEs, to co-develop that. Final words about this, and will be a discussion overall. So we are generating exploitable results that need to live beyond the project. And this is a concern that I myself have, because there's a lot of work being done here, and there's a lot of contributions done. And one of the things that makes this project is not only the direct usage within the pilots and the systems, but also the fact that we can pass this on to someone else to do it even better. That's, for me, a good attestment. If we did something and someone else can take it and do it better, it's really good for us. So we are on the verge of creating this pass-through of all of the results that we have, which are public, to someone that can take this forward. So we're already in negotiations. I cannot disclose right now much more than that, but I'm happy to say that one of the things that we have achieved is to have a long-term sustainability plan and actually making sure that what we develop lives on. We will never have another project like InterConnect, for the good and not so good. But in fact, it's a key that we have this passing on to someone else, that someone else can take this, see and understand the complexities of what we developed, because it's not easy to explain this to everyone. It's definitely not easy to explain this in 10 or 15 minutes. But it is important that someone else valorizing this as a general push together to do as results. It's important not only to see SMEs coming about to us and saying, okay, being semantically interoperable, it's not that easy. But having done that with your experts made it easier, and we now see the added value. So those are good statements that we have been already collecting through our participants, and that's, again, a good point to hear and to talk about as a project. So all of this reach out to public plane, all of this is being structured over the next weeks to become fully available. We'll be sure to let you know about this, but just to let you know in this audience that our main concern, which is what we develop to make sure that it lives on, I must say it's pretty much in good hands. So once again, thank you very much for attending. We'll have a lot of discussions. Feel free to intervene. Don't be shy. A lot of you know very well what we did. A lot of you are biased too, like myself, but still, feel free to create these dynamics between us and to make sure that we do the necessary discussions, because most of the topics that we're discussing here are the landscape and the landmark for yet what comes next. And there are many challenges that will come next. We'll have an opportunity to discuss them this morning, as you will see, but do participate because it's really interesting that way. So thank you very much. We'll hear now from Patricia. So we'll see you around throughout the day. Thank you very much.
I'm sure. So good morning, everybody. It's a bit difficult to speak after David. I think today it's a moment of celebration for the InterConnect, but probably it's a moment of celebration for all the work that many of you did for interoperability, because even if David mentioned a study, yes, even if David mentioned a study on demand-side flexibility that was done many years ago, I think this cooperation between the Commission and many of you here today started even before the study. And I decided to draft when preparing the slides to put this photo that we took in 2017, and it is also a thank you to our gracious host today, because today IBAS, because this was the moment when in the Commission we saw some of the first results on the work of the different industrial partners on interoperability, and at that moment, as you see, we were talking about a common language for demand-side flexibility. For sure, many things happened from that moment. This demonstration became a lab in the JRC, and this is something which shows also first the commitment of the industry, but also the commitment that the Commission has in order to support this work. For sure, during the years, the policy context changed, because the policy context is evolving, in fact, but the aim stayed the same, that the stakeholders, the energy and the digital stakeholders work together, that the European industry participates in all this work, and that we manage to push this interoperability concept towards reality. I see that unfortunately it's not very, you cannot see it very well because of the colors, but the current policy context for our work is the digitalization of energy action plan, which was adopted in the moment which was a bit complicated regarding the geopolitical situation, and where David already mentioned it, the Commission decided to put forward support in order to develop a common European reference framework for energy saving applications. And this is, I will jump this slide because I will come back to it at the end, because it's an invitation to all of you. And this is the moment when a joint work from the industrial partners, meaning all the European associations which are part of the Smart Grid Task Force, a study which was committed by the Commission and which was done by ETRA, and then for sure the InterConnect project came into play. And we are very grateful that despite a work plan which was for sure proposed and agreed, the InterConnect accepted to change, to adapt their work program and to work for the implementation of these solutions for energy-saving applications. I'm very much looking forward today to see what happened in the pilots. I know we are very much aware that it was sometimes a painful exercise, but we are also grateful for the flexibility of all the partners of InterConnect and of some external partners who made this happen. So the moment I will only show you which was the timeline. Again, I decided for some very wrong colors, but I am very sorry. I would think better next time. So we have the InterConnect. We are having. You are seeing nothing. We have the InterConnect project, and then we hope that we will see many of you in the digital program. So maybe let's go back to I think it goes only. I would like to go to this slide. So I was saying that at this moment we will have the results of the pilots of InterConnect, and we are very much looking forward to see what can happen in reality. We know that there are many energy-saving applications which are proposed by different entities. Some of them are the network operators, some of them are companies working in cooperation with the network operators, but we know that things are happening on the ground, and we hope that this piloting today will become the reality of tomorrow. What you are seeing here is a bit of a mapping what exists currently, which has links to the work InterConnect is doing, and which has links also to the overall interoperability and also this building of the energy data space that you know that it is in the priorities of the Commission. What it is there on the left, you see the InterConnect. InterConnect is finishing next month with some very good results. But at the same time, we are preparing for the energy data space. We are preparing for the energy data space, and the call will be out this week. So if you are interested, you will see the link to the call. And this is a moment when many of the results of InterConnect, but many of the results of others of you who are not part of this project but are working on the digitalization of energy can contribute, and we are very much hoping to seeing you applying. Then, for the first time, we are involved in the SAFE Digital, which means deploying infrastructure. And there, it is something that you might be interested. The project was launched, but the project is trying to identify use cases that then are going to be proposed for deployment. It is navigating between energy and mobility, so it is not clear what the Commission will fund. The Commission will fund what the CSA will come to the conclusion that it is more mature. On our side, under the condition that we are advocating for the deployment of more and more renewables, and we are seeing that still the renewable production is curtailed, which means that it is not exactly what a green continent would need, and also us as consumers of energy, as who are paying for it, would like to see. We were thinking if it is not possible to have a platform which will monitor at the distribution level the availability of energy produced from renewables, and in a way to arrive to interconnect the distribution level, at least at the cross-border, at the countries which are cross-border. So keep an eye, if you would like, for sure, on this begonia. You can contribute to it. It is the Technical University of Denmark, which is the coordinator, but I'm sure that they will be very much willing to get advice on the definition of the use cases. You have defined many use cases. We have many. I do not know if we really need many new use cases. We need to integrate and to try to really agree that it is a place for everybody and that we have to have a real deployment. And this is also what we hope to have with the energy data space. It is something that, again, it will be a project dedicated to deployment. And for sure, if you are interested in getting more information and also in talking directly with us on what we would expect from such a project, for sure we will be welcome to talk to you. But the message today, it is, please build on what you have already done and talk together. I see that the operators are here, the energy operators, some of them, the RTOs are here, the industry representatives are here. So it is something that we advocate from many years, and we see that with small steps we arrive somewhere. It is that people have to talk to each other. It's not of having only a SAREF-based application or another ontology-based application. We think it is a place for everything, but it is an issue of communicating. And we believe that what happened in InterConnect and what happened before is a result of an extremely good human cooperation, which went beyond the technical expertise, because we have a fantastic technical expertise, but it is good to talk together and to work together. And again, if you need to talk to us, we are always available. and we are happy to help. So I'm very much looking forward to listen to see what the pilots did, and for sure to talk to you if you wish so in the break. Thank you very much.
So, yeah, I will talk about, not surprisingly, interoperability of energy smart appliances. In relation to this project, of course, and to an effort we're making at the European Commission side to develop a code of conduct for the interoperability of energy smart appliances. So, without further ado, just to let you know that it's not a new topic to us. We started looking at energy smart appliances already from 2012 in the context of our eco-design policies. We had a couple of studies. The first one demonstrated the economic benefits of large-scale development of deployment of energy smart appliances. The second one refined a little bit the policy options and added new products in the scope. And the outcome was that one of the main issues to tackle for energy smart appliances is interoperability. Therefore, we got in contact with our GRC colleagues and asked their support to develop a code of conduct for the interoperability of energy smart appliances. And why code of conduct and not an eco-design measure, regulation? Because at the moment we thought that the market was too fragmented to try and regulate and put some mandatory requirements. And we thought that this was the best way to create some convergence in the market and move forward. The InterConnect project was already cited in our first contacts with the GRC that started before 2021. Actually, 2021 is when the work kicked off, but we were in contact even before that, where we mentioned that this work should build on the activities of the InterConnect project because many stakeholders are project partners. So we asked GRC to build on this experience, and they did so by looking at the use cases, at the pilots of InterConnect, and they built on this path, and we used the same path by focusing on semantic interoperability and using SAREF as our reference ontology for semantic interoperability. All this, I jumped 2 slides, can be found in the first technical report that the GRC did for us, which served as a basis for the whole process. The process was very inclusive. We had 3 workshops with stakeholders. We had surveys before, after the workshops to collect feedback, roundtable meetings with experts to draft the actual text of the code of conduct. And we have now received already the final comments. We are consolidated the new text, which should be available soon, I think, on the website. And we're planning the launch of the code of conduct, which will be very likely together with another major event in April. So we are planning for this to be towards the end of April. And this is just to let you know what is the definition of energy smart appliances in our code of conduct. We tried to align it as much as possible with a reference that exists in the energy labeling regulation, because we want to use at the first stage the EPREL database, and at the second stage maybe the energy label itself, to promote interoperability and to promote this code of conduct. So our scope, to begin with, for this first version of the code of conduct is white goods and HVAC appliances that you see there. We have 4 use cases, and some of them are mandatory, some are optional, depending on the product group and product category. So going forward with the commitment, so what we ask is that by signing, the manufacturers commit to have one compliant model on the market 1 year after the launch of the code of conduct, which should implement at least the mandatory use cases by using open protocols or open APIs for the specific information elements that we require for each use case that are described further in detail in Annex 1, and that are all based on the SAREF reference ontology. There is also a mention on, there is a mention on cybersecurity. Of course, we don't require anything specific. We just say that manufacturers should do their best to make sure that there is a secure communication, and of course to comply with the relevant EU law. This goes without saying. In order to have a compliant appliance, there are 3 different ways we list to implement this. So this is also part of the commitment. So manufacturers can implement it either directly on the appliance, or as a digital twin on the cloud, or via a dongle which is connected to the appliance. So this is also to highlight where we focus on. So this is semantic interoperability based on the SAREF ontology, just as it was in the InterConnect project, and we define, of course, the use cases for which we need information elements to, to take part. Here there should be something else below, you can't see, neither can I, but but I can imagine, I know what it is at least. You don't. But it's actually the green part. So Annex 1 is the use cases and the information that needs to be exchanged to implement the use cases. So it's basically the green part. We describe this information in SAREF. We have the SAREF triples, and we have the values, so the value of each triple, and we had something that is not here, which is the description. So this is what manufacturers should implement by using a protocol of their choice. Now, this is Annex 2, this is, or 3, sorry, yes, previous was Annex 2. This Annex 3, which is an informative annex, it contains the example of the mapping of the EN 50631 protocol to the SAREF triples that are used in our use cases. So this example exists because this was already, the mapping was there, and in order to build our use cases, we actually were based on the EN 50631 protocol. So this is an already existing example, but this is also the way for implementing this for any other protocol. So the triples that are required for each use case should be mapped and corresponded to data elements of the selected protocol. Now, what we are thinking as a next step, so the thing is manufacturers are also wondering how to check that their product is compliant to the code of conduct. At the beginning, there is on the website a document by the GSE on the methodology, and this document implies as a basis, of course, to have this mapping that I showed in the previous slide. But we are thinking for the future to explore the SIF, the SAREF Interoperability Framework, as a basis for testing compliance to the code of conduct. This is still a work in progress. so not there yet. Appliances would then be connected via service-specific adapters to the SIF-based tool, and they would have to respond to the SARifized information elements that we use in the use cases. And this would be a way for manufacturers to check their products and to be sure that they are in line with what we ask in the Code of Conduct. So that brings me actually to the end of the presentation. Just like and inspired by the InterConnect project, the Code of Conduct focuses on semantic interoperability using SAREF as its reference ontology. And we are now looking at also the SIF as a basis for a future test of appliances. Now, this is the first version. Our focus now will be on the second version once this is launched, and we would like to go to other products, and notably the energy management system first, so that we, let's say, connect the two ends. Now we are creating the requirements for the appliances, but we also need to have the corresponding requirements for the energy management system that will exploit these appliances, and to move to other products that make sense in a demand flexibility context. So inverters, PV inverters, and EV chargers will be gradually on the focus. That's it. This is the link to the project website in case you don't already know, and some links from our Jersey colleagues' labs, but you will hear from them soon in the event. Thanks a lot, and if you have any questions, please do not hesitate, either now or during coffee. Okay.
First of all, thank you very much for the presentation. It's really nice and it has been cooperating since the very beginning of the technology. Thank you very much once again for the presentation and for the I would say the long-term cooperation since the very beginning with the use cases and the definitions and the mapping, and also to bring in a necessary discussion, which is the manufacturer's adherence. So my question is, with the Code of Conduct and the initiative that the Code of Conduct has, it's probably not enough, well, a very good first stage, but it's probably not enough to engage the continuous participation from the manufacturer. So how do you see moving forward with the Code of Conduct? We now hear that we're moving more towards the energy management side, which is also an important aspect, but the question is, what can we expect, in your view, that the Code of Conduct brings into the discussion in the next steps?
Well, as you said, David, this is a first, I think, a first necessary step from what we envisaged in the beginning. So we hope that it will create some market convergence, that this is, it will create more interoperable devices, and combined with the work on energy management system, we will have many devices that can talk together and will be able, therefore, to kind of leverage demand side flexibility. Of course, it's a voluntary approach. As I said, that was our thought because, in our view, at that time, it was not good or possible. Well, it is always possible, but it wasn't a good step to regulate and impose something to people. So we see this as an open platform of dialogue with manufacturers. We hope to get more and more on board, and we will see how this evolves. I mean, this is only the beginning of this journey, let's say, and we hope we create enough convergence, and we'll see where it takes us next. Yes?
What suppliers, sorry, in order to join this code of conduct? What is they have to gain, let's say, by
Yes.
doing that?
So they will gain some visibility. As I said, we are using the definition of the energy smart appliances in line with the energy labeling regulation reference to demand flexible appliances, let's say, or demand flexibility, demand side flexibility. So at the first stage, we will create, so the scope, I had to say that, are appliances that have an energy label at the beginning. So we're talking about heat pumps, white goods, all this, they have like ventilation units or boilers, etc. So as a first step, we will create in the April database a field, let's say an additional field that will appear in a certain way in searches in the April database. So when consumers go to April, they would be able to filter, let's say, energy smart appliances for a certain category of products when looking for a product. So there will be this filtering possibility and search possibility in April to give some visibility. There they will get the information. And at the second stage, we're also thinking of including this information in the label. It's a bit early now, but there could be a specific icon for smart appliances, energy smart appliances, or an interoperability icon, and that would give visibility at the point of sale directly without the consumer needing to go to April or to make a specific search or filter products in April. So that's at the beginning. I mean, we offer this kind of visibility, this searchability in April, and now we're also revamping the April user interface. So it might be one of this information that you see already when you go at the product group. There are some information that you see already before expanding when you see the list of products. So this might be one of the things that you can see already in the initial card, let's say, of the product in April.
Thanks.
We have yet another question. It needs to be very, very brief because we have the next session. So I would advise any additional questions on the coffee breaks very quickly.
I will have coffee, just to let you know. So.
Sure, good morning. That's Stefano Fava from Planet Smart City. You've been introducing the need for devices to be somehow linked together and speak the same languages. And Ms. Patricia Sen underlined the importance of having a human interaction. So we've been experiencing throughout the Flexi app the importance of spreading awareness about energy to the final users. How do you see the engagement of the end user within this process?
Yes, I mean, end user engagement and awareness, of course, is important for advancing demand flexibility. We can do whatever we want for the appliances, but if we do not promote it enough or give to the consumer maybe some benefit of using it, then it will not be necessarily used. I mean, from our end, we're trying to give as much publicity as we can. I mentioned the label, then there is in the commitment of the code of conduct, we have also some commitments related to mentioning, for example, the code of conduct in technical promotional material, or when people mention it, actually to mention what is needed for consumer to use the energy smart appliance in a smart way, but also to explain somehow in the user manual the benefits that the end user or the consumer will get from using an energy smart appliance. So, I mean, I think from the appliance side, that's as much as we can do. And we're working on the product side. Of course, there should be also some effort from the other side, from you know, some awareness campaign for the consumers, for the end users, or the ways that they can use, or incentives, economic incentives, or products that they can use, you know, with their possibility to offer demand flexibility. So we are just trying to make things work together in an interoperable way and create all this critical mass, let's say, that is needed to leverage demand-side flexibility.
Thank you very much. That's all we have right now.
Move on to a different format. We'll have, I hope, good discussion on in our first panel on the topic interoperability is not an island. Why don't we want it to be an island? Because we want this project to be a stepstone in the energy transition. We have been working thoroughly over the last 3 years in the definition of this common ground interoperability. That we believe is a key enabler to support flexibility coming from end users. And this last question was critical. For this to happen, we need to involve end users, and they need to have an idea of what can be this clear benefit without losing comfort by having economical or environmental benefit. So I would invite my guests, Fábio Coelho, please. Perhaps you can move on this side. The first chair is mine. You can be the next. Joseph Baumeister. Jo van Deel, please. Robert. And also Isabel and Nicolette. Not that you could not change, but seems more aligned with what we're foreseen. So, Fábio Coelho from InterConnect, Joseph Baumeister also from InterConnect, formerly from BSH and with a strong past experience on e-bus, Jo van Deel from Daikin, Robert Bohm from e-bus, Isabella and Nicoletta from JRC. After these presentations, particularly from David about the results of the project, and thanking all of you for accepting this challenge for us to have a very fruitful discussion, I would like to start from the beginning. And the beginning is, if we move more to the fundamental side, more to research, what were the main technical challenges that we came across in this project? And I will start with you, Fábio, please. You're next.
So good morning. Good morning. Okay. Okay. The research challenges that we faced in the middle of this project was twofold. There was first part regarding. Okay, now I hope you can hear me. So I can now go back. So thank you, Luís, Fábio Coelho, senior researcher from InterConnect. So from the technical side and the research perspective, there are mainly two big research topics and fields that we would like first to address. in this project. The first one very related to the onboarding and to the speed up on the use of semantic technologies. This is, of course, in the cornerstone and one of the stepping stones into the project itself. How can we approach the use of a common domain, a common language, with a common representation of concepts? Of course, in our project, we departed heavily from the past work that was done on the SAREF ontology for the representation of energy use cases. So that was in itself a first big challenge from the development of the concepts itself, but also when putting up that to our partners and then afterwards to the pilots on how to approach and how to use and to speed up all of the partners in the use of these new concepts. So that is itself still a challenge when we onboard new partners that are willing to use and to explore the technologies. But then afterwards, on the technology side, on the capability to exchange and the tools, the enablers that allow us to then use these concepts, how could we approach this in a way where we were not stepping in too much in what is the field of the standards itself, so what is the last mile into the devices, onto the communication layers, and how could we put together and build a technology stack, okay, the enablers that would allow us to exchange the information, to discover the capabilities, but also to be as less intrusive as possible to the use cases themselves. So we wanted to build on the top business and functional layers, okay, and to provide the tools that would enable us to do all of this exchange, and most importantly, to discover and to reason on top of the information that is available. That is the stepping stone and the cornerstone of using the semantics, and those were the key fundamental research topics. We will discuss further on how do these materialize, but I would say these were the most important things that we would like to unfold and uncover.
Thank you. Thank you, Fabio. Joseph, I don't know if you want to add something to the challenges, but I would like mostly to hear you, based on your experience, what do you honestly believe that are the opportunities of adopting interoperability, in particular CIF, as we have developed? What are your expectations on the work that has been done?
Yeah. As I'm already retired and supporting InterConnect, allow me to talk about history, because that's usually at that age. 2012, I started with working with BSH, home appliances, and I was asked to convene the standardization body in Senelec regarding interoperability between devices. And it's clear that if you talk about interoperability, then you need to take all the devices into account, because it doesn't make sense only to talk about white goods, especially what is the interoperability field that's in energy management. At that time, I started working with the EBAS initiative, and at that time also the European Commission started with the first program towards interoperability. The first idea was taking a chip, putting it in each device, and then it works. Later on in 2014, and that was really a great step here, together with Laura from TNO, we started talking about ontologies. And together with Marco Signa from Whirlpool, we started about how to combine two different solutions, the EBAS solution and Energy at Home, to make that interoperable. That was the first step. And we used the SAREF ontology solution to harmonize both standards, or both standards. That was the first step. And you have seen the slide of Patricia, of the first presentation we had in Brussels in 2017, November 2017. We had the opportunity to present it there. And there we had the idea to going towards a common language. Now, regarding the opportunities. We don't have one language, that's clear. So in that case, the ontology shows us a way to describe information in a way that it is interoperable, that it can be translated, and that it can be used. And that is the main basis also for the code of conduct having the concept of we are using the same information even if we use different technologies. We can harmonize that. We can map that. And that's the next step to SIF. I really like the semantic interoperability framework because that allows us to map it directly. So that means we have developed a standard, the EN 5061, which is now available, which is not the only one, yeah, of course, but which is available. We have implemented it in devices, but we can use a service-specific adapter, as we did it in our project, map it directly into a SARF-compliant solution. An energy manager can use totally different technology, but it can use it directly, can use that service, can offer the answers to that, and that is for me the best way how we achieve interoperability. Last but not least, my feeling is that I'm coming from the manufacturer side, of course, yeah? And the manufacturer side, the manufacturers need to have a clear indication of their investment. They need sustainable investments. Here, they can invest using EN 5061, implementing it, and being confident that it works also in the future. We also now have further technologies in the pipeline. We have the S2 interface, we have Meta, we have Home Connectivity Alliance, and we are not allowed to say, hey, this is not allowed. Yeah? It's clear. But we know that with different technologies, with different service-specific adapters, we can map that in our SIF platform. And last but not least, based on the ontology, what is of essence if we are talking about the same use case, if we are talking about the same information, then it's clear, then it can use another technology if it is applicable in the future, but it works. And that's, for me, the best opportunity of the semantic interoperability framework.
Thank you, Josef. Very comprehensive answer. He has put in place the manufacturers, and now I think we should discuss this on the industrial perspective. This was quite an unusual consortium with a lot of manufacturers that are competitors. And this definition that I think Josef brought us is important for us to understand what can be the opportunities that are foreseen for manufacturers. For a manufacturer like Daikin, what were the challenges that you felt during the project, and how do you see the evolution of the work that has been developed so far? Mm-hmm.
So first of all, I joined Daikin only in 2017, so the project was already fully running and Josef was already fully pulling it. And when I joined Daikin in 2017, at the same moment I was also pulled into the standardization of TC59, which was the 5061. So at that moment I joined first meetings with Josef, and for me I didn't know what a heat pump was and I didn't know what standardization was, at least not from the 5061, because I did standardization in the past, but for teletext, televisions for 35 years. So Daikin thought, okay, he did standardization, so we pull him in also there. But in the end, we found each other, and also end of 2019, Josef pulled me into Horizon 2020, to the InterConnect project. Also that was a struggle, because I do remember it was on a Friday evening, the last day that we could submit. I was confronted with the very user-friendly websites of European Commission, and in the end it was Leen from Inestec who helped us to do the registration, which was already 7 o'clock in the evening on a Friday evening. Luckily the servers were working well at InterConnect, so it was already well, and it seems that even KNX was later than us because they have number 51 in the group, so I was not the last, but at least that was the first challenge. The second one was standardization, did for 2 years, but then end of 2019 it became practice. We had to really implement it. It was not on paper anymore, we had to really put it into units. That was the next challenge, which was a hurdle we had to take, because also within Daikin, demand response protocols, EN61 was not, 5061 was not on the shelf, it was not on our horizon, it was not on our planning. And at that moment even, there was no pull from the market too. It was more, yeah, these theoretical guys, they are busy with trying to do something, but what is the benefit? What is the business benefit, like you just mentioned? A third one which we came through during the project was the fact that people thought that a heat pump was a white good, that you could just buy it in the shop and install it, which is not true, because we now have installed 16 different heat pumps in 5 countries, and every pilot is different. There is not an identical one. So it's not something you buy in the shop and then install. No, you need an installer. It has to come at location. He has to do a thermal study based on what you consumed in the past. He has to look if it is even feasible to install a heat pump, what type of emitters you need to get a working situation, and then only you can install it. So it's a totally different approach. That was another challenge we had. And then the final one was that Jozef pulled us in from EEBus, from 5631, which is purely local. And then suddenly we had to connect to the cloud. And then we had working together with Keo, who is there upstairs. And then we had 2 hardware boxes and very complicated communication between them. So in the end, we combined it as one software solution into one box to bring it to the market and make sure that it was working. So these were in fact the major challenges we had to bring this project to a success. But
and for the future, how do you see Daikin can benefit from the work?
Towards the future, we see that the 14A Act is coming in Germany. We see the Code of Conduct, where we are also part. And there it comes all together. There we see traction from the market. We are also recently, let's say, at least 1 to 2 times a week contacted by utilities, by energy managers who likes to cooperate, set up a business, see how we can make sure that interoperability is there. Luckily, we have no standards. We can simply say, okay, that's what we can offer, that is what we have, and as such, you can make the next steps towards the future. But now you see that already 5 years later, or 4 years later, the market is pulling, which was not the case, and of course, the energy crisis of last year did help in that, for sure. It put energy on the table. Now, let's say nowadays, gas is a little bit cheaper again than electricity, but we are sure towards the future it will more and more reverse, and also the war in Ukraine did push in that direction, of course.
Thanks, Jo. Robert, we hear the description from Jo. We understand how a company had to deal with this evolution from EEBus perspective that you can look up. How do you think these results can be widespread and leveraged? Perhaps you can give us a glimpse on the approach to national legislation in Germany, for example, based on the pilot. How do you see we can move on?
Yeah, first of all, what entitles me to be on stage representing EEBus, since we had already Joseph originally from BSH and Joe from Daikin. So these are 2 examples from white goods and HVAC, and we already heard about the code of conduct before, which is relevant for exactly those product categories. So as EEBus, we are an association of different industries, and which is a very prominent, of course, prominent vocabulary in these times. It's a cross-sector approach. So we are an industry association with members coming from different industries. So on top of the industries represented already, it's from charging station manufacturers, EV, from battery storage, from PV, from DSOs. So this gives us a kind of role where we can speak on behalf of more perspectives from the industry, so kind of broader perspective. So that's first of all why I think it's good to have somebody like EEBus in a project, and we can also thinking about the future. Then, when we have a kind of code of conduct for certain product categories, is that enough already, or could we imagine to enlarge it for of course introducing it to other product categories as well? So this are some of the comments that would come from an association like us to be discussed in future. But then talking about the opportunities, and especially since we are here in Germany today, and you mentioned national legislation, so it's both, it's challenge and opportunity. For us, it is a big opportunity in this project. When the project started, we had a vision of interoperability, which was already materialized in certain use cases that we as an association want to standardize, because what is the industry perspective? Industry perspective, as Joe already pointed out, and also Joseph, is always the security on investment. So when the industry is ready for interoperability, that's fine, but they need to have a business case which they can present to their shareholders, and the shareholders have to give their okay and say, okay, if it's fine in money terms, we go ahead. And this security of investment is related to mature solutions, which means standardized solutions, standardized use cases, so that they are future-proof. And this is where a kind of association enters the game, because we're active in the standardization bodies. So when the project started, we had our vision of which use cases need to be standardized to help the industry to go forward. And at that time, the legislation, at least for Germany, was under discussion, but it was not yet realized. And that changed dramatically with the beginning of this year. So by coincidence, the end of the project now falls into the same time as there are dramatic legal changes in Germany. So the big opportunity of this project was we were in the position to test, and not just field test, it was a test in a productive environment, testing these use cases that we standardized during the project. Now that the government got ready in one country of the EU membership countries, now that there's a legislation in place, it all comes together in a way. So we have a proof in a field test that it works, and that gives confidence to a government to say we are on the right track, and now everything goes smooth together, which is a bit of luck. But not only luck, we also say luck is for those who are active in this field. It was foreseen a couple of years ago, and now we're in the lucky position that it all plays well. Yeah.
Perhaps not luck. We just thought on things before, and we took the opportunity, and I think now is a very good moment to exploit these results. Thank you very much, Robert. I would like to have a view more on the policy making. We have been discussing the code of conduct. So I would ask Isabel, in terms of alignment with the code of conduct, and we see this initiative was explained by George in this presentation, and existing regulations, how do you see the results of the project so far?
Well, we are... My colleague Nicoleta and I come from JRC, the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, and well, we are quite the same and in terms of explaining. So I think we have planned to start.
Yeah, I can start. So first of all, I would like to say we are here for interoperability, and of course I heard a lot the word testing and methodologies and all these nice things. So in the GRC we are very active on interoperability and also in testing. We have for this scope 2 labs, and we have created a structured methodology for interoperability testing. And we have also applied it with at least 5 use cases that we have built from scratch in our labs. So this as a background, and just to cover the previous experience we have on interoperabilities. Now, when it comes to the project of the Code of Conduct for Energy Smart Appliances, we were contacted, of course, because we have this experience on interoperability. And it is, by definition, the project an opportunity and a challenge as well, because we wanted to give the requirements for energy smart appliances to be interoperable out there. And so we started this big project. We contacted many stakeholders. We have a list of like 140 stakeholders in total, approximately, let's say, 60 manufacturers of energy smart appliances. We have many associations, like 30 associations. We have also other stakeholders like governments, laboratories, standard associations, experts. So we have gathered all these stakeholders together. We have gained their feedback, and then with the help of our experts, and also yourself, of course, we have defined the requirements for specific use cases, as it has been mentioned in this panel, for the energy smart appliances. And then, of course, comes the testing. And we are inspired by InterConnect project because of all its results so far. And now it's coming also to an end, and the CIF. So it is also as a future, a next step to finalize a methodology for testing, to link it with our own structure methodology for interoperability testing, and also to make usage of the knowledge of the InterConnect project and have a complete guideline for the manufacturers to test interoperability in the end. So this is in a nutshell. And it is, as I said at the beginning, it's also opportunities and challenges.
Yeah, well, as Nicoleta has already explained, this is something built by industry. Our code of conduct is the result of the collecting a lot of collaboration from industry associations and manufacturers, and it is crucial to have those potential competitors working on the same path and achieving a voluntary approach to develop something through the consensus. So it is something strong because it is built by industry with a minimum set of requirements and with this approach of semantic interoperability, but based on an ontology and on standardization. And as a result of the project, it is also crucial to highlight that the opportunities on demand flexibility and demand response, they are absolutely needed to address. And that's something that Georgios has already explained as well in his nice presentation, that it is the first step in our journey. Well, let's continue the journey. We need to make the scope broader. So for sure, we will need you, and including some devices, some new protocols, and getting everything connected. So the first step will be, for sure, the energy management system. And in our presentation, in our project, you can see our functional mailbox. We will be happy to receive your comments, and we are always happy to contribute and to make our project stronger with your comments.
It was good to know that we were inspiring for you. And let me state that I believe that an entity like JRC to have this neutral infrastructure to support manufacturers is absolutely essential for the development, and we are very happy to be able to contribute to it. I'm not sure if you can give us any more glimpse on what will be the evolution of this code of conduct for the near future?
Yes, you want to do, or me?
Okay.
As future steps? Yeah, so first of all, I already mentioned that it is planned to have a guideline for the manufacturers of how to perform the testing. And we have, of course, started linking it to the methodology for interoperability testing that we have developed ourselves. And it is in one of our next future steps to finalize this methodology for the use cases and to make it specific, also using the InterConnect project results. So this is one thing. The second thing, very, very important, is, as my colleague said before, we started with addressing specific categories of smart appliances and some use cases. Now the second step is to include the energy management system, and we have had many requests also from the manufacturers for this to this respect, because it is important to include also the energy management system, as it is let's say, a key component for the whole system to work, because in the end, the energy smart appliances, the most times will communicate with energy management system. So it is fundamental to, in the next version, to include the energy management system and also to, let's say, to address the requests of the manufacturers that we have had in this, in our journey so far. Said this, I believe that this will help also to address also other requests. We have received comments saying that energy smart appliances are fundamental for demand response, flexibility programs, and so on. So we start step by step. Now we have the code of conduct that includes white goods, HVAC, and then we have planned to include the EMS. All this, I believe, that will help in addressing some of the concepts for demand response flexibility issues. Of course, only saying the terminology demand response or demand side management, or name it however you want, is a huge chapter. So I am sure from that will be more challenges and opportunities and more issues to address. So, yeah.
For sure. But the focus on the energy management system
Yes,
is key because,
exactly.
from my perspective, it is the chief of orchestra of the relationship with end user.
Exactly.
That will definitely interact with all the other appliances, but they need to have something concrete that manages the whole system.
Yeah, this is the planned step for the future.
Thank you very much. Before I go to the next round of questions to my guests, I will probably open the session. I don't know if anyone has any question following what has been discussed so far. Don't be shy, Laura.
Hi everyone, Laura Daniele, TNO. So it's the same question I wanted to ask before to Georgios, because I was pleased to see that the SIF could be the basis actually to test the compliance to the code of conduct. And the JRC then will still be working on that, this is the first step for new work on that. What's your idea then, how this can happen? Because obviously we do have the knowledge, we have tested, we have done a lot of things and can work together. How do you see it? Then there will be certifications, every manufacturer will certify these, there will be support from JRC Labs or somebody else that can, how do you see? Any idea, or it's just everything open? I guess you had some discussions already.
Yeah. Well, I can start, if you don't mind. Well, for the time being, the code of conduct is a voluntary approach. It means that it is not market surveillance for products. Georgios mentioned before that the device needs to be registered in the April database in a new section with some fields to make those devices visible and to show that they are interoperable. But it doesn't mean that we are checking or testing for the time being. So we can start with a self-declaration from manufacturers, and we can build something after having some experience with the code of conduct. As you know, the official launch of the code of conduct will be this spring, further information soon, and manufacturers will have 1 year to place their interoperable devices on the market. So we have time to see which are the main concerns from manufacturers or which are the barriers to tests. And let's see if, as I said before, this is a project which wants to be feasible, wants to be something supporting manufacturers and supporting industry to achieve interoperable. And it's not something to make new barriers or contrary.
Laura, one additional comment, and also Isabel. I think JRC has already 2 labs which are already established. That is for sure. But the test system itself, what is necessary based on CIF, I think that is something that we need to support inside InterConnect. We need to support to realize that, and hopefully later on companies, manufacturers will step in to take that over. But that is something that can be bought by the manufacturer or can be used by the manufacturers. Once again, it's a voluntary approach here, and what we need is, first of all, a test system that manufacturers are confident that they have really realized that according to the needs. So that means if they have, for example, used the EN5061 version, then they need to test it based on our CIF platform, based on our connector with the EN5061, so that everything works properly and is in line with the standard. Yeah. So, but that is a task. We will talk about what are the next steps, what we also need to provide. Yeah.
Thanks, Joseph. Any additional question? From network operators, we have been discussing a lot on appliances, flexibility, management. Is there any question? Someone from the grid side?
Okay. So my name is Manuel. My question is quite simple. From the perspective of end users, how do you plan to advertise to the manufacturers your services so that they can show the added value to the end users?
Thanks, Manuel. I don't know who can pick up.
I guess this is starting, and the framework of this project is the eco-design level. I mean, this legislation of eco-design has implemented some levels for some devices. So those devices can have additional information about the interoperability. So the April database is focused on people, not in manufacturers. So we need to work on something understandable and for an end user to be able to check the information in the system. And first of all, I think we will address that through the database and the information. And maybe for the future, we can think about another design of the label. But it is I guess it's not the right moment now. But maybe if it's something really useful for people, it could be implemented. I don't know if you want to say it.
Also to add, to the consumer's part, the technology enablers are to be invisible. The consumers want comfort of use. The consumers want streamline of use. The consumers want the insurance that whenever they equip their homes, that they can buy appliances from different manufacturers, that they can interplay, and not just interplay at simple use cases, but to those that are the most important ones nowadays, the ones that provide and cater for our comfort, okay? I don't want my HVAC to be only compatible with that brand. I want that my smart home to have enabled appliances to apply and to be able to use those use cases. So for the consumer wants invisible technology that works. For the manufacturers of course have their own willingness and their own market cap they want to ensure, but in the end they also want the consumers to use the technology itself. So why not have an appliance from one manufacturer and to be able to use an EMS from a third party, okay? That's ultimately what the consumer wants. That's what we are here to cater for, okay? So that's what the motto, to provide comfort and to provide cross-sector services and use cases that in the end work and that make the end user comfortable and happy in the end. Okay.
The question is how he or she perceives
If I may, I would like to add one more dimension, because sometimes it's very undifferentiated, like talking about the end user or the customer, in terms of, we heard the vocabulary smart home, but this is not just about smart home. This is about another setup here. And this is where another dimension comes into place, which is legislation. So here, since we talk about the right vocabulary for this is probably a critical infrastructure. We're talking about energy-relevant devices that are critical in the sense of a political dimension. So this is where legislation also comes into place with two different ways. One is something to make something mandatory. So the end user is confronted with something that is simply put in place by legislation to comply with, so you have no choice. So this is the example of Germany happening now. So the government can announce that for certain product categories above a certain threshold of power consumption, they need to be controllable in the future. And this is controllable in an interoperable way. So this is a gap which is filled by projects like these. And then coming to the motivation, you have the other side of the coin. You can say, also driven by legislation, we want that the end user participates in the benefits from the digitalization of energy transition. What does that mean? It means there's a certain benefit if you introduce time of use tariffs, and then that you pass a positive participation in terms of money to the end user, allowing the end user to say, hey, if I have such and such appliances and I want to participate in what you make as an architecture for the whole country in terms of how you introduce heat pumps, how you introduce charging into the grid, then I want to participate into the benefits. And then he has the right to go to the DSO and says, I want to have, I want to see which tariffs come within a frequency of the day to consume my energy at the cheapest point in time. So this is a motivation which is different to the one of the smart home consumer who goes into a supermarket and buys a product. So I just want to make this kind of differentiation, which is a very strong dimension if you talk about legislation. And this is what makes me so excited at the moment, because in Europe it is now a single country approach, and I believe that there are many countries now observing, how does it work and how will it work in Germany, and then to maybe build on it and in a positive way. Sorry, you wanted to say something?
You were asking what the benefit is for the customer in the end, how he perceives that, and I think there are two ways. There was just mentioned, not everybody is buying the same brand. So there you have already the need for interoperability. A nice example of interoperability that everybody knows is, for instance, USB. Nobody thinks about it, but you plug in a device and it works. Whether it's a printer or a memory device or anything else, it simply works. And that you like to achieve also when it comes to energy management, because there you have two major reasons why users do need it. Governments are pushing us to electrification, both on cars, both on heat pumps and other devices. But in the end, if you don't do anything, if you don't do management, then your fuse will simply blow. Because if you come home and you are cooking and at the same time you plug in your car, it's gone. You don't have electricity anymore. So you need management there. And there interoperability is very important. If you then go a step further, because many utilities and many countries are moving to variable tariffs, then it's not only anymore about... That was my dentist. Then it's not anymore about blowing the fuses, but it's... he is persistent, yes. But then it is also about the price, because peak prices will be there with variable tariffs. That means if you at that moment start to consume too much, you will pay too much. So in the end, it's also balancing the price over the day, and that will be the major benefits for the customer in the end. Even if he doesn't know how we talk to, how these devices are talk to each other, because for most people interoperability it's just a word, a technical word, but in the end they like to have a system which is working, which is providing them all the functionality, the comfort they want at an affordable price.
And finally, the interoperability then again is stated in the energy label, which is part of what Isabel has mentioned before, yeah? So that is the circle.
Just to add something here, I have our intervention from our colleague. So yes, for end users, as you said, end users are important. In these major projects, unfortunately, they are not directly addressed the end users, but it is of our concern, all of us here, to make the best effort to also address the issues concerning the end users. So, yes, it is a good remark.
And just to add one thing more, I think that the experience we had from other projects shows that end users, as Fabio mentioned, do not want to be disturbed all the time with changes in the behavior. What I think it's important is that everyone is able to buy these goods, to be able to integrate them, and to be able to define their preferences and let the system do the work on its own. And we are talking about economical benefit, but for younger generation, the economical benefit is not necessarily the most important. The perception of carbon footprint and other concepts may be also very relevant. So I think we need to move forward on this to increase literacy from end users. They need to understand. We were discussing, for instance, nowadays everyone is using EVs, but the perception that you can have a smoother tariff at home where you can charge 11 or 12 cents per kilowatt hour instead of going to a public network where you can charge it at 50 or 60 cents of kilowatt hour is something that needs to be explained, and I think the tools that we have developed so far will tend to increase that level of perception also. I don't know if anyone has any additional question. You have one?
I had a question. Hi, my name is Lucia Rekotovic. I'm from Tinky. We've been working with the pilots in InterConnect. What I'm hearing, and that's something that has been now mentioned, is we see from the European Commission side and from the countries as well that the electrification of both transport and the heating is being pushed. And now you mentioned the history, and we started from 2012, and now we're in 2024. And in comparison, now we see a sort of a pathway how we could do the interoperability, what can be used. And on the other hand, it seems like, okay, saying, okay, there is the code of conduct and it's voluntary to manufacturers. Indeed, there is the timeline of when is this going, like connecting to what Laura was asking, when is this going to be like it is now in Germany, mandatory, or that you push the market to say, okay, we're pushing end users to use these new devices, that we hope in the future can help the energy system as well absorb or include these devices to function safely and flexibly. Yet the devices that are being put today on the market cannot be interoperable, a lot of them. So, and we've seen in InterConnect, when you install the devices with end users and then you need to change something, how much of a pain that is, to just go there to talk to end users, to get into their house, to do something on the device. So maybe a question towards all of you, not just towards JRC. I don't want to put you on spot, but we also have the people from InterConnect project here that have, let's say, put together this whole, let's say, solution or path, What do you see if you look in the future? What do you see as a timeline, or what could be the best way, let's say, to match these two timelines and to make sure that we are not locking in the technology that will be on the market, and that we have to wait then for all the washing machines to get old so that we can introduce new ones that can actually do something useful?
We have defined three paths of solutions in the first version of the Code of Conduct. The first is building it or implementing it directly into the device. Normally it does not fit because it takes 3, 4, 5 years, or how long a development cycle lasts. Second is that is the way how we did it now in white goods. We use the cloud connectivity. So that means each manufacturer has a cloud representation, and that can directly connect to a cloud of the energy manager. So in that case, it's very easy and a great solution. So that means here we can leverage the compatibility with the cloud, and we can use legacy devices supporting new energy use cases. That is the way how, for example, white goods do. And the third way is the dongle, and I think that is the best if you can explain it.
Yeah. We looked, of course, because we have a portfolio of products and it's almost impossible to change all these products within a year. It's also not the intention. So also therefore we worked with an external hardware adapter, which we also did in Horizon 2020, but there of course it was a first execution, it was a first try, like I said, from paper definitions into a real project and then even get it connected to the cloud. In the meantime, we are busy with the second generation. That one will be a lot more user-friendly, needs a lot less interaction of an installer to get it working. But that gives us the possibility to have the full portfolio which we have today on the market, to have that tomorrow compliant to 14A and also compliant to Code of Conduct. And also because in Germany you have also BEG, which was a little bit more asking the same, but then based on an incentive, not legally, but based on an incentive. But for all these three use cases, we can make our units compliant. And if you look to the future units, then I'm looking to what we bring by the end of the year. These units will have it fully integrated, which makes it, of course, again, simpler. But we like to go in steps because we don't like to have a situation where all units who are already on the market cannot join this type of initiatives.
If I may, I would like to add some key about our project. We have already a report about the methodology in our website. I would invite you to have a look, and if you have some comments or some suggestions, we will be happy to include them. And after having drafted that report about the methodology, it was something immediate to look into the EMS because it's needed. So it's for sure our next step, and it's needed to even for testing. And in the new Code of Conduct that we are working soon, we will include PVs and EV chargers, Georgios mentioned before. And for EV chargers, there are so many initiatives that we will need to bring together the industry. It will be tough, I guess. And we don't have maybe such a high evidence like an InterConnect project to build from something already working. So yeah, that's our next step, and we will address and we will do our best.
That's pretty much necessary. If you travel from one country for another with an EV, you see the challenge that everyone is facing. So I'm not sure if there is any additional question. If not, I will move on to one very last question, probably to the four members of the consortium. To very briefly let us know what were the lessons learned and how do you expect our developments can be exploited?
Well, the first lesson that we learned is that indeed the use of these technologies was not as consolidated, at least in the members of the consortium, as we felt in the beginning. So there was that gap on putting partners up to speed with what we want to do. I mean, the use of the concepts of ontologies, then the use of the concepts of the underlying technologies that we departed from, and that throughout the project we evolved. Okay, so that was definitely a challenge to communicate what were the benefits, why to use given components, or to use them all, or to use just some of them. This is because the framework that we built is a castle of Lego pieces. So we have different components for different purposes. This also reflects on the pilots that we have, the 7 of them that are not heterogeneous, they are all different. This also implies that the use of the underlying components of the framework that we do have, it's not the same in all of the pilots. Some of them all use all of the components, or other use just a subset of them. So to communicate what were the benefits of using some of these components was indeed a challenge, but also how to shift in the paradigm, okay? Because the underlying technology that we use is also a shift in paradigm. How do we use the information? We essentially decoupled how we modeled the information from how do we interact with the data, with the information. And that was also a challenge because the industry and usually the use cases are usually focused in doing both things at the same time. How do we model data and how do we interface with it? We decoupled these two scenarios, and that was a challenge from the first day, and it's still a challenge to the ones that are still trying to onboard. We saw that, and happily we validated that the process was sound with the open call participants that have come across our consortium in the end. So that is the challenge, okay, still, and that is what we still need to work on. That is something that we are happy to be able to delegate to a new institution in the end. David has just put up that onto the table. Cannot really reveal the last negotiations, but we are happy that the solution that we have put forward and that we have invested these 4.5 years of work will continue to evolve, and this will be important also to the interplay with the European interoperability architecture framework, okay? But also with these new strategies such as the data spaces motto that is also nowadays very, very demanding and very active. So we were happy to see that in the end, what InterConnect has put into play, that is present and in the demonstration of the pilots, will have a future, and that is what we are seeking to. You want to compliment, Joseph?
Yeah. No, I'm fully in line with that, and I only want to compliment here. The process of decoupling the use cases, the ontology, and so forth, the data models from technology to become technology agnostic, from decoupling from communication paths and so forth. That was a very long way, and because it was a very, very huge project, it was a challenge. The power of the semantic interoperability framework for me now shows that, for example, the energy app could be added or included in less than half an hour. All the open calls we see here can bring benefits already on the table in a very, very short time. That now shows the power of the solution of decoupling this. As already mentioned, we do not need to take care, is it an EN 5061, is it an EN 5491-12-2, or whatever else, yeah? It's completely independent already, yeah? And that is the power.
For us, the lessons learned were mainly, like I said already earlier, going from what looks easy on paper to what happens in practice. The installation problems, the user-friendliness which was addressed, which is very much important. And what we also got back from some of the pilots is, why do we need that as a customer? Why do we need that? It works today. Why should I invest in that? The whys are not clear. So also to customers, of course, they will face it, like we discussed it, but now the traction is there from utilities because they see that their grid is in problems, and they like to do load balancing, and they like to manage that all these loads. But from customer side, the traction is not yet there. It will come for sure. Like we have more EVs and we have more heat pumps. Because yeah, to be realistic, if you look to a house and we're only looking to heat pumps, so no EV, then we are responsible, in fact, yearly based for more than 50% of the energy consumption. If you put an EV into place, normal, not a sports car, but a normal EV car, then it becomes 30-30-30, so 30 for the car, 30% for heating and cooling, and then 30% for all the rest. But for customers, they don't know that. And that's also something we learned, that we will have to educate customers before we can bring this hardware online. Some are also afraid about the connectivity. I mean, in the cloud connectivity. Some customers, even if I look into our brand, are not willing to use the app because it goes through the cloud and they like to secure their privacy. Also there we have to take care. Of course, with the local interface of the EN5631, we don't have that issue. We can make sure that everything is working and only use the cloud for upgrading. But these are all things where customers are, as of today, not waiting for. So also there, we learned that we will need simplicity, we will need education before customers will engage.
And you asked for a brief statement. So,
sorry.
If it's about challenge and opportunity, if I had to mention one, I just give one example each. So first of all, in terms of opportunity, my key learning is the project showed that it works. It works in a productive environment. By productive environment, I mean, I'm talking about the German pilot. We had the good situation that we had a DSO participating, and we were in this productive DSO environment, and where we could prove that the key use cases that we used and that we standardized, and talking about power limitation, flexible start of white goods, talking about time of use tariffs, that these use cases worked in the productive environment between the manufacturers and the DSO. So it works. The other thing that my personal learning is that you should never underestimate, here we talk about interoperability mainly from a technical point of view. But from a technical point of view, this is only one dimension. The other dimension is, what are the great differences between all the nations involved? We had how many pilots in how many countries in this EU? And talking about to the responsibles coming from all the different countries, normally you stay within the problem field of your own country. I'm not the exception, so I know more about German regulation, but that opened the eye, like, the difference, the huge difference, for example, between France and Germany. If you want to talk about grid-related topics in Germany, you're talking about 860 DSOs or even more. If you go to France, you have one centralized institution you need to talk to, you need to convince to, which is completely different. But they all have the same problems, like data security, but from different perspective. Here you talk about 860 stakeholders, and there you talk with only one. And you have to consider this, and this is a kind of European framework, and approach that in a democratic way. So there are kind of boundary conditions, not from a technical perspective, you have to be aware of, and which makes it also interesting. But that was, for me personally, a key learning. Yeah.
Okay, to add something from our side, from lessons learned, from the so far experience, to apply the lessons learned for the future steps. So we, as JRC and also as European Commission, we are not here to say, this solution is the best, you all do this, and end of story. So we want to include, to take on board different opinions, and we want to include as many stakeholders as possible. So it has been important to include everyone from the beginning, if this is possible. So for the next step, for the EMS, now that we will start the work for the EMS, I would ask if any stakeholder is interested to participate. We will have, of course, again, workshops. We'll have many surveys. We will have many forms of communication and interaction. So I would ask you as stakeholders, do participate from the beginning, so that we will include your opinions from the beginning. Of course, okay, it is always possible to participate even later, but as we understand, the sooner the better. So this is a lesson learned from the organizing point of view. Yes, we have the functional email box. You can write to us. You can say, we are interested. We have applied this so far, or I don't know. So yes, this is what I would ask. You want to add anything for that? Okay, yeah.
But it was a good appeal. that I sincerely hope everyone can address. I think we are on our time. I would like to thank all my guests. I think they were extremely professional in providing all the developments and the contributions we have from the project, and so I will kindly ask a round of applause for all of them. Thank you.
Demonstrating that and using their own good chunks of or good luck to make sure that everything goes well. But anyhow, it's important there just to see the demonstration. You'll see 3 shapes and 3 shades of what the project has. It's a very small glimpse of what the project has produced, but what you'll see there is what's on the field. Nothing different, the same appliance, the same systems that you see there. Also important enough, if you have any questions, feel free to introduce them, to talk there. It's, again, not that formal of a session, and we welcome questions that you may have on that. More details, I'll ask him to do it on the side because time is a bit short on those, and we have sessions right after. So quick lunch to grab on the other side. We'll see you all at 1 p.m. in the laboratory infrastructure for the next part, which is the practical side of interoperability. So thank you very much. See you in a while. Well, one of the reasons for coming here in person was to see things on the action. So we'll resume the afternoon session. We'll be talking more about the pilots and what you saw in the laboratory actually on the field with more characteristics. So we'll have an introduction done by Lucia on behalf of Thinky and head of the management of the pilots. And then we'll have the final round with a bit of the conversation with some of the issues, some of the lessons learned from the pilots. So again, feel free in each of the times to make your own questions, to dialogue with us. We're fully open to that, but without any further ado, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks, David. Hi, my name is Lucia Rakočević. Some of you know me. I come from Thinky, and we've been leading Work Package 6, which is on the preparation of the pilots, whereas there's also been Work Package 7, where we had Paolo working closely with us on the upscaling of the pilots, and my colleague Marta, who you know so well. I'll start very short, hopefully, with the introduction of, let's say, like a bird's eye view on what is happening with the pilots, and then give the floor to all of the pilots, where you again see me representing the Belgian pilots, so with a few different hats, yeah. Then with the pilots discussing really concretely on the ground what are some of the lessons learned, what were some of the challenges, and where are we now? How did we get here, yeah? So, move forward, okay. The title of our session is The Lessons Learned and Paving the Way to the Future, and Are We Ready for Interoperability? So, and are we really interoperable? As I mentioned, I start introduction of all of the pilots and what was the role of the pilots in this project. The idea in the end of the project, as we also heard earlier in the session and in the discussion, is to have interoperable services, solutions, and devices so that we can decentralize energy system, we can decarbonize it, and we can democratize it in a way, so also include the end users. This was the role of including so many different pilots that we had in InterConnect, and if you look at the different services and different solutions that were offered within different pilots, of course, as we heard earlier, there is a difference in each of the countries, how things are implemented and what are the services being used, but if we want to group all the different use cases, then we try to sort of group them in 5 main groups. One is the home energy management system, so residential. There is the commercial energy management system. Then we have the electric mobility, management of electric mobility. Then we look at the interface with the DSOs. And then finally, the user acceptance and, let's say, engagement in the process. And that's how we roughly group all of the use cases, although you could say some of them probably couple in the different of these options. But the reason why there is empty fields next to this is because there is also other things aside from this, of course, that are necessary to arrive to the decentralized, decarbonized, and democratized energy system. But this is the part that InterConnect has taken, let's say, to tackle. And so you hear different number of demonstration sites that we have 7 country demonstrations. Although under each of the country demonstrations, we've had sub-pilots or sub-demonstration sites. So while it's 7, if you list each one of them, there is about 18 or 17 sub-pilots, and then there is many more locations, because, for example, in Portugal, we have residential sub-pilot, which is in 5 different locations, or commercial, which is in 12 different locations. So it's a lot of locations around Europe, which I try to also show in the next slide. But here I want to say that, as we heard earlier from the German case, we've heard from the Greek case, we heard from Dutch and Portuguese a little bit, yeah. In addition to that, we also had a Belgian case, which were very close, yeah. We also had the Italian case, and we had a French case, yeah? So there is different settings or environments, let's say, under which we try to implement the solutions of InterConnect. There is also an overarching pilot, which is sort of not necessarily physical, but it's trying to connect different sub-pilots from across Europe to see how they offer flexibility to specific requests. Yeah? So it's sort of trying to show, okay, now we have this working in this location, in this local location, so to say. Can they work together on the European level? Can we show this? Yeah, that's what an overarching pilot is doing. That's what you see there. So I tried, not all the locations are exact, so I'm sorry for that. The gray ones are the residential and the black ones are commercial. In the residential, we have 12 residential sub-pilots, of which currently engaged about 1,000 end users. So this is not what was planned, it's what we have. We maybe planned a little bit more than that, as you'll hear from the sub-pilots, but this was engaged. And of that, it's 200 social housing end users. Then in the 6 commercial sub-pilots, we have about 45 buildings, yeah, of which 12 are public. It's mainly in France. Yeah? And the other ones could be research buildings or other commercial buildings. The interesting part here is also the number of devices. So I show at the bottom the device manufacturers which are involved in the project. And from those device manufacturers, we have more than 1,500 devices that have been delivered and installed in all the sub-pilots and all the pilots across Europe. That does not include any of the metering devices, sensors, and other IoT devices that were involved with all the sub-pilots. So it's really important to keep that in mind because these, let's say, sensors and also metering devices is what makes everything possible as well. Yeah? So what we've seen earlier, we discussed the smart meters and the additions to the smart meters. Yeah? We need to work with the legacy devices or devices that are already there, as we heard at the panel earlier, in order to make sure that in the future, yeah, we can actually implement interoperability, that it's not only the new devices, but the devices that are already there can integrate with this. Yeah? And there is the 3 different solutions that we heard earlier, some of them working better than the others or have been working better than the others in our pilots, but it's something that's, let's say, looking forward. Yeah? As I mentioned earlier, what was the role of InterConnect demos? Yeah? On one hand, of course, it's a research and innovation project. We developed the interoperability framework and we want to test it. Yeah? But we always said in the project that these are not necessarily demo sites to just see that their technology can be implemented. Here you go. The idea of the demo sites was also to first test it, of course, but then implement it with end users, and then increase the number of end users that are using these solutions, and then learn from that and go back to regulation, as we've seen also in Germany, go back to the standards, go back to how these services and solutions are provided to the end users and improve that. Yeah? And I wouldn't say we're there, of course. There is always improvements to that. But we've had a lot of lessons learned in the project, yeah? And that's something that now as the project is closing, we're really working with everybody to compile those lessons learned to see, okay, where do we have data to say something and where we can say, okay, based on our experience on how things are organized, because also it's not in the end all about just the data of the devices, yeah? It's also, okay, we approached end users, they ignored us, why? Yeah? Or we installed with end users, but they did not use devices. Why? Or they use the devices. What did they say? Yeah? Or the solution that we had to be, you had to go into the house and actually install additionally to the device. Could we have done it differently so that you don't have to do that? So that you're bothering end user less, because that's always the problem of innovative projects, because of course, everybody is very skeptical of the new technologies, as we know. And if you install it and then it doesn't work, it can work 1,000 times, but once it doesn't work, you're like, I don't need this. Is it giving me enough benefits so that I need to bother with this in a way? Because it's not, we're not, maybe we like it because it's part of our work and we want to see how it works, but the average person in Europe does not have time for that. Yeah? There is a million other things that you need to be dealing with in your life than dealing with your washing machine that doesn't want to wash when you want it. Yeah? So it's it's always something that's soft that we had to learn in this project to integrate. And I'm looking at Italian pilot because you guys can also talk about this a lot. So I really am looking forward to hear from the rest of the pilots and to see what they say and how they see this. Some of the lessons learned, and I really were collecting them now, so I just try to somehow group some of them in there. So, of course, for anything to work in this project and for anything to be optimized and to function, we had to have very close collaboration with manufacturers, and of course, for the solutions, you have to have close collaboration with manufacturers. As we heard also, manufacturers are looking into options, and that's their voluntary approach to getting involved. But in the end, yeah, we have to hear from their perspective as well, because they've been working with end users for a longer time. Yeah. Then currently, the cloud solutions in the project were less, let's say, less smoothly operating than the local solutions. And at this point, we said, okay, local implementation seems to make more sense than the cloud. But of course, as we heard earlier, that's one of the options for the future, and it's something that we need to work on. But it definitely has not run smoothly, let's say, in the project. Then the user friendliness and easiness of the use of the software. Yeah. Of course, you have different software for each of the devices, and then you have the main software. So how do you make sure that it's less hassle for the end user, that they don't feel like being bothered, that they don't feel like their data is being used for something that they don't like, that somebody knows that now I'm not at home because things are going on and off. Or it's all the little things that make that software sort of push the end user to be engaged or not. Yeah. And the points that Donatos was showing, the green points, yeah, it's something that people like. It makes it a bit more, I feel like, okay, somebody's noticing that I'm either engaging or not engaging or using this, yeah. Then, of course, the motivation of end users to participate. If there is no incentive, if I'm not becoming more energy efficient, like, why would I do this, yeah? I understand that, okay, this is something that manufacturers want to test, but then in the future, I have to also, it has to make sense for me. Yeah? And I think that's a big question also of the local flexibility markets, of in general flexibility from the end users, how best to do this. Because sometimes we get, as technical people, we get a little bit excited because we like to do this, but the average user does not really want to play with this. They want to have options that are standard and then just choose from those and let it run on its own. Yeah? And get them the benefits, of course. And then consistency and stability that are needed for the software and both hardware solutions for the end users to engage, to upscale these solutions and to move forward in different countries as well. And finally, the regulatory and standard support standards. This is something that's necessary. Yeah? If something that, at least for me, that rang a bell during the discussion today is, okay, all of this, we can look at it and we can see, okay, these solutions make sense. We can offer with this technology agnostic solutions, yeah? We can offer possibilities to implement, to use the flexibility of the end users, and that the end users uses their own flexibility when they don't need the devices. But then what is the regulation, yeah? Because in the end, the end user, the service company, the manufacturer, the regulation and the incentives give some sort of, let's say, support, and it gives a sort of less uncertainty, so to say, for the new solutions, yeah? And then, of course, the standards. If it's according to the standard, then everybody feels better because there's been a discussion, we know that this is okay, this is already implemented somewhere. And with that, I would like to close my initial introduction and invite the pilot leads to join me together with David, I think, who will be questioning all of us. Discussing with us.
Okay, thank you very much for the segue. So not that much of a questioning, of course, but rather to have a friendly conversation, because
we get to know each other quite often and we know the details, but I think it's important that you also understand a bit more of the familiar topics that we face in the pilots. So without further ado, besides Lucia that will join us, I'll ask also the other pilot leaders to join us. Daria for the overarching, Carlos Damas from the Portuguese side, Thomas from the German case, so please come about to join us. Anais from the French pilot, Donatus from the Greek pilot, Ronnie from the Dutch pilot, and Stefano, of course, from the Italian pilot, because we need to cover all angles. If you could just, it's a big crowd, so it's something that we need to discuss today. So again, for those that are listening to us, either here at home, one of the important parts is to understand one of the issues that Lucia just raised, which is take this into the field is quite different just to install technology. It's quite different from looking at the perspective that we all did in developing most of these tools. And in fact, Lucia made a very good segue. It's not just because we think it's interesting to have these functionalities in, that people are actually participating in the pilots themselves or participate the way we thought they would or should do it. The question comes to a certain point with this uncertainty that we need to deal every time and with the aspect that we have on the pilot. Still, there was a mission, there was a purpose for all of these pilots that we wanted to demonstrate, and there are several angles. So my idea here in this session is not to repeat the same questions to all of the participants here, but rather to diverse on specific aspects. Of course, you'll find commonalities there. We can start with one of the participations from the Portuguese side. So I'll ask for another microphone. I don't know if we have, because it needs, otherwise I cannot. Good. Okay, so the first to break the ice a bit, let's start with the familiar face from the Portuguese side. So Carlos from Redes is one of the key persons also with the demonstration of the Portuguese case. But as you will see, the Portuguese case, for those that are familiar, it's made of two different fronts. But starting with that, I'll ask Carlos also represents one key aspect here that everyone was all talking about today, which is the role of the distribution system operator. So the grid participant, the grid element. Basically, in the Portuguese case, we're covering two fronts, so the residential and the non-residential front. What ties them together, I would say, is the flexibility that we can use or reuse in each of these cases. So just to break the ice, how would we look at the flexibility introduced from this participation on residential and non-residential? How does the DSO fit in? How can you valorize the flexibility? What are the bridges that the DSO helps in constructing? We all heard today about this need to have the participation going there, but at the end, the DSO looks after, and the TSO, of course, but the DSO that is more close to the consumers looks after a very important asset, which is the grid. And we all want to have the grid when we need it. So first question is, how does the DSO valorize flexibility? How can the DSO, as one of the key elements in the chain, actually triggers this for the consumer or helps triggering this for the consumer, because the DSO is not a retailer? But Carlos, pleased to hear also your thoughts on that.
Okay, I think this is working. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carlos Silva from Redes, the distribution system operator in mainland Portugal. We serve around 6 million customers every day. And as you said, we have a very, let's say, big demonstration in Portugal, which encompasses two different realities. We have a commercial sub-pilot and a residential sub-pilot, and within those sub-pilots we have very different and distinct types of buildings. And the thing that we are looking for as a DSO in all those realities and in all those systems is how can we change the patterns of consumption to help the grid. So flexibility is no more than a tool for DSOs to use as an alternative to legacy actions that we do, such as investing in the grid and building more lines to support the capacity that we are supposed to serve to the customers. We have a pilot with around 240 customers right now, with more or less 250 white appliances and some more devices. We have also 12 supermarket retail stores from our partner from Son IMC, which were equipping their stores with some optimization tools and also controllability systems to be able to provide this flexibility to the grid. But these, as I said, are two distinct realities. On one side, we are looking at supermarkets, which are big consumers, in which some changes on their systems might have a big impact on our medium voltage grid. Whereas on the residential pilot, we are looking at low voltage consumers, often with small controllable loads, and are just worth for us as in an aggregated form if they all cooperate together. So one of the biggest challenges that we had on the residential pilot is how can we mobilize this flexibility in a more automated manner, not so much dependent on the behavior of the user, because the user doesn't care too much or in a sustainable way if they put their machine working at 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. That does not matter. But the innovative aspects in technical terms is that we build a system, the DSO interface, which is able to directly communicate with the flexibility service providers. We have several of them in the Portuguese demonstration. Cybergrid, which is here with us, Thermovolt, and also Sensinov. And we are using SAREF, so an ontology, to communicate these needs from the grid to the service providers, and then getting back the requests and deciding on where to activate this flexibility on a complete semantic interoperable manner. This is a bit different from the, let's say, network tariff-based mechanisms that we heard before, because we are explicitly asking for a certain deviation of a certain time of day, and that brings us some more flexibility. But we still, I think we still have a long challenge to work on let's say, the proper incentives to give to the users in order to make them participate and to provide more value with the devices that they have installed. I think that suffices for an introduction to the Portuguese pilots.
Okay, we'll have time to digest more on that. So the DSO interface is yet an important key exploitable result we have that resulted as a specialization from the CIF. Since we're talking about the role of DSOs, it's unavoidable that we look at the regulatory context, and it's important to understand that this context influences the way we operate, but also provides good opportunities to think beyond what is the current status or the current situation. And some of the use cases have already been explored, starting with the German case. We saw this morning that there's already a lot of work being done in the regulatory context, and actually Germany is looking very keen on adopting some of these use cases in a realistic way. So first and foremost, being the regulatory side, one side a barrier because it doesn't evolve perhaps to a pace that we would like to have from the technology side, but still a grantee of what we are doing is well thought of by independent entities. In your view, Thomas, what do you think are the opportunities right now in the German legislation that we can be taken as a benefit from the technology providers, integrators, and even end users? And in your view, how that can be translated, because that's the ultimate point, to the consumer. How can we see this as a complete chain that departs from the regulatory side, the opportunities unlocked, but thinking about the consumer, because at the end is the consumer that we're looking after for some reactions, although there's entities in between. So your thoughts on this?
So a long list of questions you have. Okay, I would like to start with the legislation process in Germany, a little bit to explain what's happened here in Germany, why it changed. So we heard already from Robert Böhm from EIBA's initiative how it starts here. So only to explain it a little bit, when you were in, so we start in 2020 here with a project, and you would like to have an EV or a wall box in Germany to install them. So you have to go to the DSO and ask him if it is allowed to do. So that was the starting point. So out of this, what will happen? Yeah. So there were only some of the guys who are interested in the environment and will say, okay, I will choose that way and I will go to the DSO. And the DSOs sometimes said, okay, yeah, it's okay. But sometimes they said, you can load your car, but you are not allowed to load with 22 kilowatt. You are not. You have to reduce it to 11 kilowatt. And that doesn't mean that you will get because you are reduced, you will get more money out of that or so. But that was the fact. And now and then we had a political change in Germany. And you heard already the paragraph 14a. In principle, paragraph 14a is introduced to bring more green energy into the whole system. That was the idea behind. And now it changed. So since the 1st of or end of December, they changed the behavior. When you now, as an end customer, goes to the DSO and says, okay, I want to have the flexible devices in my house and I will introduce them, they are not allowed to say it's not possible. The only thing what they can do is that they said, okay, I have a problem with the grid now at that day, at that time. I know that I will fix it during 2 years. So they have time for 2 years to fix that problem. And the only thing what you can make is, as a DSO, you realize a contract with the end customer and say, okay, you have the flexible devices which can be controlled as a controllable devices. And that is that are wall boxes, EVs, or heat pumps. And you can reduce each of them to 4.2 kilowatt. So if there is a problem in the net, then you have, first of all, you have to, as a DSO, you have to explain why there is a problem, and after that, you have to bring or you gave the inhabitants some fees out of the situation that they were reduced. So, and then coming now back to what we did in InterConnect. We, at the beginning point, we said, okay, let's think about an interface to a DSO. So what is important? Yeah, limitation of power consumption. Yeah. So let's think about limitation of power production. Tariffs are very interesting. Power envelopes is a very interesting, important topic. And then the change, political change come. And beginning of December 2023, they said there will be a limitation of power consumption. And there are flexible devices. They will be reduced, but the end customer will get money out of this. There will be more green energy in the market. And what they said also is there will be, with paragraph 14c, at the end of 2024, there will be flexible tariffs in the market. So that changed the whole behavior. Because we had right now, as 1 week ago, we had a fair in Essen. It's not far away from here. And there were, how is it called? Either eWorld, and on the eWorld, all the manufacturers which are providing such devices like these, so metering devices and smart meter gateway, were there and introduced to, as Robert Böhm this morning said already, to 860 DSOs in Germany, that they need to have this smart meter gateway. And in addition to that, they need something like a controlling device. And we did that in Hamburg and in Norderstedt in 2 ways. So one way was, that was my hint during the presentation from Uli, we did that in Norderstedt with a productable device. And yeah, I can say, because the colleagues from TEMA are also here, so I'm able to do that, because KEO is only We are software manufacturer, and usually we are not talking about what we are doing, but now I can tell that we currently working on a certification process together with TEBEN. So there will be, if everything goes in a way that we are thinking, together with the BSA, and at the end of the summer there will be a product on the market with a solution what we realize together as a grid connection point here in InterConnect. And not, so you can tell, yeah, okay, there is not a ZIF. Okay, there is not a ZIF because the DSO in Germany don't know something about this. But what they have is data, Serify's data, with the use cases which we have introduced in InterConnect, which we have tested in InterConnect, which we have all together at several places and also at other locations tested already together. Is that the answer to your number of questions?
Thank you. I'm not expecting right and wrong answers. It's for everyone to understand that we have different backgrounds and contexts, and there are different challenges. So it's very laid out, very, very good thoughts, and you touched on one important aspect, which is, Lucy also touched on this, which is the end consumer. Because we're passing on some information to them, and some of the use cases are, let's say, more easy to understand from the consumer side, like power limitation. It's easy to explain to the end user, okay, you cannot consume more than this at this hour, and you should not reduce more than that at that hour because it's beneficial for the overall system. It still takes time to explain them that, but it's a relatively simple use case. When you start deep diving into cases such as dynamic price tariffs, where one of the barriers is that the consumer needs to be educated on that and to be part of the loop. It's where things are ever so slightly complicated on their side, and having to decide on something that they don't fully grasp, they don't actually know how to act. Okay, granted that some can do, some are well informed, but the majority, I agree with Lucia, it's not really into that. They may have to do that, but that takes me to the next point, which is involving the consumers. It's something that we did from the very beginning, especially in the code design and the design thinking that we had. So we had very nice workshops at the very beginning, some of them with more or less post-its, which is always something that for me it's difficult to think. But all in all, the point was to bring in this expertise that we have embedded within the consortium, and the fact that we were thinking about taking the end users, bringing them in. So this basically takes me to the point that engaging them is hard. It's not easy. It's something that we've seen everywhere. Lucy was talking about this. Everyone knows that engaging the end consumers, besides the volatility of the thinking and participating, we also have consumers that are not very savvy, that they don't know what to do, so they need to be guided, they need to be part of the process. So the question comes, Anna, is how do you think this part of involving the consumers, of engaging them in this process of thinking about the new services helped the project, and in particular, given that this was pretty much thought of in the French case, it would be really interesting to know what was the secret that allowed this engagement to go further, or even in the lessons learned, how the limitations that currently came from the participation actually will feed up the next generation of service for the end user. So my question is, how easy it was to engage them, and how important it was to have this participation jointly with them. In the French case, we'll see also from the Italian case, it was also this case, but from the French side, what was the takeaway lessons from this engagement?
Thanks, David, for this question. So first, one of the key points is first to build trust. So to build trust with the customer, first we engage with and collaborate with the local authorities from Toulon Metropolis. So for example, we have different use cases with dynamic tariff, one with households and another one with social housing. So for the households, in order to recruit the end users, we exchange with the local authorities that are going to explain us, okay, look, so like this part of the city is more oriented on gas, energy, so don't target them, because of course in order to recruit customers, we did campaigns. I mean, the different stakeholders of the French pilot did online campaigns, so we have to know what kind of customer we have to target. So that's why communicating with local authorities is very important. And then also with the social households, they were also helping us in order to target the right building in which the end user were going to be more receptive to this kind of demonstration. So that's the first point. Then there is also the transparency you just mentioned before concerning the dynamic tariff. Of course, the end user is not doesn't know about the dynamic tariff. They know maybe about the old kind of tariff that there is, for example, in France. So if we want them to have trust in the dynamic tariff, we have to be transparent about the business model. Because if you have an energy provider that is arriving by the end user and say, okay, I'm your energy provider, and then with the thing that I'm going to install in your home, you're going to save money. For the end user, it doesn't make sense. It just sounds like a scam. So that's why we came, like, for example, as INCREA, as a research project, and explains, like, okay, what was the business behind, like the different the business to business that were behind this. And so that was important because then the customer was in a trusting mode and say, okay, then I can trust that. I know there is not a problem behind. And then also, of course, because on the 250 end user target, we recruit like 150. So in order to reach the maximum end user, we also use incentivize with gift voucher, which help us to gain more end users. And also we did a lot of workshops. So we went to the social housing for several days just to explain to the end user what was the point of the project, what was also the future, the different innovation that they will see in the future, just to make them feel more comfortable, to have a visibility. And the same also, we went to the different end users for the other stakeholders in the different cities. And it was like my colleagues from the social approach that went there in order really to make them feel comfortable and really to build this trust with the end user. Which then lead me to the impact of the end user. So we have two different stakeholders of the French pilot that deploy different services on space heaters and water heaters. All of this leads to, in average, 15% of savings on the energy bill for the end users, which is good. Then we also deploy around 30 white goods by the end users. And then I guess most of you know that the end user, they are reluctant to use the application for the white goods. However, and thanks my social colleagues, if you are watching me, because they did a lot of pushing, going to see the end users to help them doing all of the installation process for the white goods, which was kind of annoying, to be honest. And it was kind of a pain to do, so that's why they helped them. Jean-Philippe was present a lot, so thanks Jean-Philippe. And so like 80% of the end user install the application, which is a lot. However, maybe like 50% only use the application, and when you ask why do you not use the application, it's because, of course, you have the innovation curve. Some of them, they just want to use the button. They don't really see the benefits to use the application. Some of them is just not convenient. So, I mean, you have the innovation curve, even if we look at the beginning, the persona that we target were more tech-friendly or like really into the energy transition, still you have they had to install the application from the energy provider. They have to install the application maybe from Whirlpool, then from Miel. So it's like a lot of application, and the end user, they don't want to play with that much applications. So like, I think around, from the first feedback from the questionnaire, it's like 70% of the end user that got white goods, they will not be willing after the project to purchase a smart device themselves, because maybe they see too much of a constraint, because all of this application that you have to use all the time. So we also have to think about how to save mind and time for the end user. Yeah, so I think basically concerning the end user engagement, the key is really to how to build trust and to really engage the different kind of stakeholders, and really also thinking, like I said before, like the local authorities, which were also really important for us in the French pilot.
Okay, so thank you very much for this view. You brought in this part of the social housing, and this is in fact one of the distinguishing factors from the Italian case. And Stefano, Planet Idea has been engaged from the very beginning, and you have been one of the, let's say, one of the entities that started very earlier on to engage and to talk with your local communities, especially in Moneta. There was this as Anis was mentioned, these local workshops on engaging them. But looking at this part of the social housing or the social participants, if for a regular participant it's, let's say, a challenge to engage them in this kind of incentives and to understand how they can participate in the new energy services, it becomes obvious that for social housing it can be, or it most likely is, an even more tough scenario to address that. So Planet already started with that. There's already a significant amount of work that Planet has already done in the community to do that. But how did you manage to engage the participants from the social housing, and what were the lessons learned? This part that Anis was mentioning of the local proximity with them, was it a key factor? Did Planet actually thought of redoing the next round for the participants? What was the process? Because we need to look at all consumers. So we're looking for the universality of the solutions and the technology for the consumers. Vulnerable consumers, social housing is an even more demanding case. So what can you tell us about the Italian experience, and how was for Planet to engage this participation to be successful? Because they are participating.
Thanks, David, for asking this question, and good afternoon, everyone. That's Stefano Fava from Planet Smart City, here representing the Italian pilot of the InterConnect project. So as David said, our pilot initially instantiated in an affordable housing dwellings with more than 500 single apartments. Planet is participating as an advisor there to a real estate developer and providing some digital solutions. We thought that pilot site could have been the best place where to tackle the digital device and try to get consumers and final user into the energy grid related issues. And that's how we've been approaching this issue initially. We had back then great heritage, namely all the ICT-wise coding activities that at a consortium level were underway back then, and a nice passepartout, so to start liaising with end user, which was an IoT device that we could have offered for free. And we thought that we were well positioned, but it's not that trivial to convince someone to get an IoT washing machine for free, because they are skeptic. And as Anis was saying before, trying to get their trust is a complex issue. We've been proposing a citizen lab approach, thanks to our experts within Planet Smart City. We do have a business unit concerning the community engagement, and here I would like to thank Jacopo Rossi, who is leading the unit, to being here. And so we have started the discussion there and engaged the end users and say, okay, we are offering terms, a nice piece of paper, terms and conditions, all is stated there, all is clear. We can have this agreement, we give for free the washing machine, and then you participate to the initiative. Good. And paper signed, after a while, the first question raised up. But why are you proposing a Class B washing machine? Say, oh gosh. And that was even not trivial, because back then the energy labeling issue changed. So we had to start it once again, and thanks to Whirlpool colleague, we just provided them with all this information. So key issue, and really I'd like to underline the importance of creating awareness and sharing the information with with end user, not to aiming to convince them, but just letting them free to decide upon consciousness. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Touching ground to a different front, we saw also from the demonstration in the lab that the Greek case was looking forward to include additional hardware, additional solutions to complement the whole case. So going back to this same theme, which is the end user, how do you see from the side of the Greek demonstration, Donatos, this inclusion of additional hardware? So does it play a role to convince people, as Stefano and I was saying, about getting their trusts and getting also an opportunity to tell them, we're not just shuffling here some technology for you to test and to come with some results because we're interested in it, but rather to tell them that if they want something more, if we have something more to offer, that we can do it. So can you tell us a bit more, how was the experience of trying to go beyond the box and beyond just the let's say, the appliance that we have here? And do you have any lesson learned regarding even participants that, for instance, were too savvy already and then wanted to include their own solutions also in the demonstration, which is also another way of engaging consumers?
Okay. Of course, a lot of examples from the Greek, let's say, pilot. Our experience from the Greek pilot is that we started the engagement even before InterConnect, when we didn't have to promise anything, when we didn't have any appliance to promise to them. But what we had actually is that the promise to be, at the latest trend of the technology in the IoT and the smart homes. So, okay, we chose to go to people that they are willing and open to new technology. We didn't have the problems that they encountered in social housing, that they have specific duels to go and specific people to convince. So in our case, we try to find people that they are open to new technologies, and that helped a lot. And also, what helped a lot is that we provide them an IoT set for free. So everyone wanted to do the simple task of just monitoring live his consumption. It was a simple task, however, it was something that everyone wanted, and the simple analysis they did is just to make sure they don't get overcharged from their retailer. Yes, it helped to at least, yes, of course, I want to install this meter in my fuse box in the house, since the DSO is still analog, so I don't have the live measurements. So I can get these measurements in my smartphone, and I can actually see what actually consumes much in the house, and what I can do. So we started this engagement before InterConnect, and during InterConnect we speed up, and we wanted to reach at least 150 to 200 houses. And we started also going out to other people and trying to explain what you said also before, what is difficult, what is the InterConnect project, what has to offer to them. I mean, what is flexibility? They don't know, of course. It is something, the bidirectional communication of the grid, it is not known, and it's still not known to most of the consumers. So the digitalization of the grid is something that's getting there, and it's getting very slowly. So most of the consumers are not aware of all these technologies that we wanted to test in their houses before the market is ready in Greece. So one step was to try convince them by providing them some IoT gateways, sensors for their houses, so to complement what they see. Besides the energy consumption, also you give them the capability to, let's say, have an overview of their environment in the house, do some smart rules and some smart actuation with their devices, some rules. So this is picking up of what they can do in their house. And then at later stage, when we were able to provide also smart appliances, it is then that we try to also convince them and educate them of what is the ideal scenario for them. Why are we giving them these devices, and we are actually asking them to use and through their mobile phone and set schedule and accept our reschedule and try to give them incentives. So we couldn't provide them dynamic tariffs, so we try to think other ways of incentivize them, and the most easy and most obvious way is to go and try to tell them that you can be more green if you consume when the renewable energy sources in the mix of fuel with grease is higher than the fossil fuels. So we use that incentive for the first time, and later on we use also incentive for stabilizing the grid. Of course, without being able to provide the dynamic tariffs, at least for the moment, since things are getting there slowly and slowly, but they are getting there.
Okay, thank you very much. So taking this same theme of involving the consumers to a different level, we have the Dutch case, which is quite different. So Ronnie, we know that Volker Wessels has actually created, let's say, the buildings themselves, or they took the buildings under creation to actually build up the demonstration. So it was a dually part of the process to be there. There's also the case that in the Dutch case, you're also including additional technology like smart door locks and so forth. But ultimately, there's one aspect which is the behavior side of the consumers that we need also to bring in together. So we've already heard that the close proximity there, to be there present, is also something that Volker Wessels was in as part of the pilot. But ultimately, it boils down to the behavior of the consumers and how do the consumers react to this kind of different incentives that we've seen so far, but with a different part, because Volker Wessels was departing from a different level from the rest. You already had this pre-idea of having the apartments there, people coming in and experience the whole new way of living there. It was quite interesting that you brought in that, but still, we are still with the same problem, which is the behavioral side of the consumer. So from your experience, and even considering that you're coming from a different, let's say, pipeline of engaging them, how do you think this is possible to still continue to engage them and consider the different aspects of the behavioral side of consumers? Because this is really something that we need to continue to engage, and there's good work done by Volker Wessels and TNO with regards to the Dutch case. So can you tell us a bit more about that, your experiences there?
Yes, of course. Yes, it was quite challenging to present here the first social, scientific, valid results, but we managed it. First, explain some context about our building. We built a new building, 22-story high apartment building, and all the apartment inhabitants received the InterConnect proposition. And we did two kinds of surveys. First survey was 3 measurements at the beginning when all the households were entering the building. We asked them questions halfway and at the end. And the second part of the research was 7 interviews with several households to give more insight, to receive more qualitative information. So we reached the saturation and no new information was available. And these 2 researchers, they had reached to valid social science results. And just to tell and to thank TNO for their efforts, the last measurements were finished last Wednesday. So I know the researchers of TNO did their best since Thursday to present some results, and I have them here. So I really like to share them with you. The first valid result was that the perception towards sustainable energy consumption when we started was quite high. Already 50% of the households thought we are using sustainable energy. But I'm glad to announce that at the end of the project it was 86%. So it was quite raising. And despite this already high satisfaction level, because when we started, 74% of all the whole household said, I'm quite satisfied about my white goods. My washing machine works well, and also my dryer and a dishwasher also. But at the end of the project, it was 91%. So that's even a little bit higher. And a third valid result was the ease of use for the white goods. When we started, we asked them how often you use smart functionalities on your white goods. Also, that was high, 46%. But at the end of the project, it was 80%. So it's not about these individual results, but it's about the combination. Because with a higher expectation of sustainable energy use, it's not come at the expense of lower customer satisfaction. It's even erased a little bit, but you can you can use more sustainable energy with the same expectation, or even erase it a little bit, and also that people doing this project more and more use the InterConnect services during this project. Yeah, I think this is the first good steps forward to paving the path for a sustainable future.
Okay, I was not expecting such a detailed report.
Yeah, but I thought
and the figures, but it's good to know that those are good figures. Although I must say those are very positive figures. I wish
it's only from our project.
Good to know. But it's we always need to look at the good side of it. So. In this regard, all of these pilots have very well-structured approaches, and they did at the very beginning what was the mission at hand. One of specific ones is the Belgium case, which is, let's say, a plethora of participations, a plethora of demonstrations, which is interesting in the sense that it represents several use cases, but also a massive challenge, because it means that we need to coordinate a lot of different wills, and we've already seen here that the consumers are also a key element here, and they have their own wills and their own issues, and they don't want to be bothered. So the question related with the Belgium case, which is quite diverse, Lucia, is how was to articulate all of these pilots, because all of them had different angles. There were different partners involved with different expectations. Again, going back to expectations. What were the lessons learned there? How can you manage to keep them all satisfied and happy, at least to a certain point?
I don't know if that's the case.
But it's important to hear, because it's quite a diverse case to introduce here.
Well, thank you for noticing that, so to say, because I think indeed the important thing is, most of you know, I'm here representing the Belgian case, but actually it's aside from our team, it's 7 additional teams working on completely separate 8 different pilots, that are spread around Belgium. And indeed, you could say, okay, there is different strategies. On one hand, you could have had maybe 2 or 1 sub-pilot and then have many more end users than we did. But indeed, in the Belgian pilot, what we saw is that we've been trying, in addition to what we heard, what are the different use cases. I think 2 that really stand out, 2 that really stand out within the Belgian use case, within the Belgian pilots, are the community energy management systems, and then also the peer-to-peer exchange, which we have with the Belgian sub-pilots. Of course, all of the sub-pilots are also looking into the flexibility, use of the different, let's say, shifting the loads of the different devices and so on. We also have the social housing, so there is sort of different aspects that each of the sub-pilots looks at. So there is the commercial and the residential aspects that are being looked at. We also have the gamification, where we, like it was mentioned for the Greek case, where we communicate to the end user, residential end users, and see how they would be maybe more motivated to change the use of their devices. In the end, what I think comes back around to what we heard, for example, for the German case, is that we designed the sub-pilots to be there for the regulation that we are expecting, so to say. So we expect that local flexibility markets will be slowly developed, and there will be regulation supporting this. We expect there will be regulation supporting energy communities. So the way that the sub-pilots are designed is really going towards this, and we hope, of course, that the services and the systems that are being developed under the Belgian sub-pilots are something that will come at a point where the regulation becomes more mature or supporting towards these kind of services that you really use the benefit of what has been developed. Yeah, so that's, I guess, while indeed it's diverse and it takes time to coordinate everything, looking into the different pieces, they're really all looking at the different aspects of the possible flexibility that the residential and commercial end users can provide by managing their energy use, yeah, and the different devices that are there.
Okay, so thank you very much for that view. So talking about aggregation and looking at the bigger picture, which was one of the points that you're mentioning as the pieces of the puzzle, we need to look at even the bigger picture. So to the whole scheme of the pilots, to the action together. So inevitably, we do have a very specific pilot, which is the overarching pilot that Cybergrid and Daria will talk about that for sure. But it's important to understand, Daria, when looking at the higher level, what were the challenges and how easy it was to integrate the different pilots, because they were looking at another level of aggregating this in. From your experience and the experience that you had in the project, what kind of added value that can translate into to have all of these pilots in and aggregating them all? Because the pilots themselves have their own challenges and they are somewhat transported still to the upper layer. So how did Cybergrid manage to have all of them providing the information to the overarching, and what were the lessons learned on that perspective?
Thank you. So Cybergrid, we are a software provider. We have flexibility management platform that we use and supply to our users. So we are experienced in aggregating different energy assets, all kinds of energy assets. And this we were able to do in the overarching pilot within the InterConnect. You heard, I'm not sure if you heard how different the pilots are, but they're really different. And if you consider that they are located in different countries with different also culture, but also energy systems, regulatives, it might seem really a challenge, but from our perspective, it wasn't, because we implemented the InterConnect framework. As everyone, we implemented the SSA, and then, of course, we had difficulties, or it was an effort to implement things, to go through the technical difficulties that are always present, and troubleshooting and so on. But in the end, with the pilots, we perceived as very similar in the sense that when we connected to them, when we established the connection, we got the data, and it was the flexibility data that we needed and the flexibility data that we want to market. So from that perspective, we did not really differentiate between the pilots per se, because even if they were different, they were commercial, residential, with different kinds of energy assets. From some pilots, we received the aggregated data for the whole district, for example, in case of Greek pilot. For the Portuguese pilot, we receive data per each user, per each house. And we receive it in our system as flexibility data. We get the consumption information. We get the flexibility data, how much their energy consumption can change, and we use that and we can aggregate that, which we also effectively did in the case of the DSO interface. But in general also, we can aggregate this data and we can market the flexible energy on the market. We use the simulation of the TSO market, but in general, what we see here is really a benefit that all the end users get approach and can reach the market, and their flexible energy can be utilized and put to the market, and which brings really a lot of benefit for the end users. And also in the end we look forward to the competition that this will bring, because really the flexibility needs to be put to the market. It needs to be used. There is a lot of flexibility out there, and with this case we show that we can manage it, we can unlock it, and we can also utilize it. So putting this to the market is a really great benefit, and I think we can just hope for more such projects and use cases to be also present in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. So from the decoupling side, using our technologies, there's no favorite offspring from the side of Cybergrid. So all pilots are treated equal, which is great. So I guess the audience by now knows a bit more of what our pilots are. So I'm giving a bit the word to the audience to check if you have any questions, if you have any doubts, if you want to share also some of the experiences. So it's a good opportunity also to hear from you, because let's avoid being just one direction only. So really looking for an icebreaker there.
This is a simple one. I'm not expecting everyone to answer now, as happened this morning, but just to ask, can you calculate how much CO2 the project has avoided?
Well, that wasn't expected. I don't know if anyone wants to have a go on this. Well, but that was a big breaker. If anyone wants to have a go on this, but there's for sure already initiatives from our side that combine, let's say, cooperation with other entities. Namely, I'm guessing that Stefano has mentioned this electricity maps, which are about the CO2. But go ahead, Stefano.
Yes, indeed. Thanks for asking. In fact, the carbon footprint was a key driver for us to engage residents. So the optimization algorithm we've been developing together with RSE, which is partnering us in the Italian pilot, had two main drivers. The one related to economics, and the second one related to environmental footprint. So we received the scheduled cycle, washing cycle, and rescheduled according to these two patterns. So we can have the delta between what was initially planned and what has been achieved thanks to the postponement of the washing cycle.
Yeah, and also it's a KPI. So like two stakeholders of the French pilot, ENGIE and Thermovolt, are also measuring the carbon reduction for each of their users. So I think it can be around 10%. And also that was also, as Stefano, a key point of communication. For example, when Thermovolt was communicating with the social landlords to the end user, it was like, okay, on average, you save 15% all of you, and then also you're allowed to do like carbon footprint reduction. This was also like a key point in the communication newsletter that was done to the end user.
Yeah, if I can comment both from the Belgian pilot and maybe from all the pilots looking at it as we were trying to combine this data. From the Belgian pilot, for sure, for example, the community look for the community energy management. This is one of the things that you look into, because you look into not only electricity, but you also want to look into for the heating and for the transport, and then seeing specifically, for example, open motex with the residential users. We have that with the Vito sub-pilot. That this was one of the key things that was from the beginning something like a goal to look into, yeah. But indeed, as for all the pilots, I think that's something that we're looking into now. Okay, what are some of the savings that you see with implementing the measures and implementing the solutions, and of course the savings you can always translate to CO2 equivalent, yeah. So I don't think we have a number right now, but it's something that we definitely will look into as putting all the data together.
It's part indeed of our KPIs. The question is the assessment needs to be done carefully, because as Lucia has mentioned, the part of the CO2 reduction, it's overshot. But we have some figures in the pilot. So reductions have been registered between 10 to 15% in some cases, in some others a bit bigger. But looking at the overall picture, talking just about reducing CO2 may be a bit misleading, But the same way for savings. Savings is always an issue because at a certain point you may be not actually creating savings but increasing comfort. So it depends on what is the benchmark there. But definitely something that we're monitoring alongside several set of KPIs. We have a dynamic dashboard that we're creating for the project where some of these variables are actually posted there based on the results from the project. And it goes actually beyond the CO2 part. But I don't know, Stefan, do you have?
I'd like to add one thing, and is this particular issue put the InterConnect consortium in a better position. For what concerns the Italian pilot, the pilot is hosted by an external stakeholder, a real estate developer. So with these figures and with the capability of assessing how much the impacts were for what concern carbon footprint or social engagement concern, we were able to engage this external stakeholder and better position our action there and the importance of being part of the InterConnect project, because they can report within the ESG framework initiative and assessment these activities as part of their strategy.
Okay, thank you very much. More questions? Okay.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Rafael, also from EDP. I have two questions. First one, which was the easiest or more appealing device that you sent to the pilots? Which was the one you feel like people really wanted or preferred? And the second one, which was the one with the more flexibility? I'm quite interested, for example, in the Portuguese sub-pilot, we have one with electrical mobility. We also have Kio with some parts of electrical mobility. And I don't know if we have more flexibility from EV cars, from heat pumps, from water heaters with thermovolt, which was the one more appealing and which was the one with greater flexibility potential. Thank you.
Thank you. Good question. I don't know who wants to start. The part of the appliances we can cover that because, and I'll leave it up to you because you know way better. So who wants to start? What was the most appealing appliance that participants would valorize?
Yeah, maybe I can start giving the let's say the reality of the Portuguese residential sub-pilot. I would say that most of the appliances were appealing for the consumers since they are getting them for free. It's always appealing for them to install a new a new thing. But I would say I would sort of divide the appliances into two. We have, of course, the heat pumps, which are very appealing for a certain type of customers, which are more into energy savings and optimizing comfort in their houses. However, that type of installation, as it was mentioned in the morning, is much more complex to do because we must consider the characteristics of the house. It's not just plug and play. It's not just dropping the appliance there and it is working. Regarding the flexibility part, of course, we can extract more flexibility from a device which is always on, and we can move the set point that device is the power from the power that device is consuming, other than the washing machines which have a predefined cycle to work. So if we want to, for example, to reduce load under a certain connection point, if we are looking at washing machines, the washing machines must be scheduled for the hour that we want to reduce load so that we can unschedule them and schedule at another time. So in this regard, the heat pumps are a better candidate for us to adjust and sort of relax a bit the comfort of that house. So that would be our experience. I don't know.
More thoughts on this?
I think the view from the DSO is a better one, but I can say, and also I expect one of the pilots saw the view from the EVs, but from the perspective of the smart appliances, you can consider them as standard cycles because people are really very have patterns there. It's very easy forecasted. Their schedule are very easily forecasted. There's a pattern when they put their washing machines and their dishwashers. So that's a good thing which you can leverage on and predict what flexibility there will be available. What you cannot forecast and you need to build as you move on with the flexibility is how much of these reschedules are getting accepted or are getting followed, or the recommendations you're sending, because you're also one aspect that I didn't mention is that we are also sending, we're using our mobile app to send recommendation to houses that they don't have smart appliances actuation ready to be shifted right now. But we forecast their consumption and we know their peaks and we can understand if there are washing machines or heavy load devices. So we even send a recommendation and see if they follow these recommendations to shift their schedules, their consumption later or sooner. So in general, I don't think there's a specific device for white appliances, but I think they are very valuable in terms of flexibility load because you can easily forecast the user behavior.
Perhaps I can add something different. So I would say, okay, when we are now looking at the market, okay, and in InterConnect, we can think about heat pumps and wall boxes or EVs. I would say next step is a game changer that would be bidirectional charging. And with that, then you have the full flexibility or some home spaces, home battery systems. So there is also a lot of flexibility inside. So these things will bring then another dimension of flexibility. Nevertheless, it is very important to have this flexibility of all the devices together. You need the flexibility of the heat pumps that you can realize by bidirectional charging with all the efforts what you can take out of that. Yeah, so that's the sum of all these flexibilities will bring then the game changer. Yeah.
Just to be clear, we didn't offer them electric vehicles, so this you'll have to have on their own. But Lucia, go ahead.
I think from our perspective there is sort of three ways you could answer that. Yeah, there is the technology, there is the social, the user aspect, and then there is the regulation. Because from the clear technological point of view, the easiest thing, as Carlos mentioned, is the devices that are offering heating or cooling. Because to the end user, it's a comfort. Yeah? And the device can be on and off whenever it suits you, as long as you're offering them the comfort that they need, yeah? The temperature. It could be refrigeration as well, but it's those devices, yeah? That's the easiest because the user does not go and have to set when they want to do something, yeah? From the user point of view, it's also which device is the most affordable in a way. Like, what are you the most used to? What would you... The easiest change, it's the washing machines, yeah, or the dishwasher, something like this. Instead of getting EV, it's a question also of, do you have the money to do that? Is it affordable for you? The heat pump also, installation of the heat pump is expensive, yeah? So it's, for the user, it's also this, you have to look at what makes sense for the user in the end, and then in the end, the regulation drives everything, yeah? Because if you have, as we've seen now in Germany, yeah? If you have the incentive to get an electric vehicle, you will get it. If there is no incentive, maybe you get a dishwasher. It's regulation always drives everything, yeah? So it's figuring out what makes sense for a specific region or a specific country, yeah, as well.
Yes, and what I know from the societal impact study is if you want to involve end users, a kind of nudging strategy is start with the dishwasher. The dishwasher has the highest percentage of satisfaction, and from the washer and the dryer a little bit lower. The washer, sometimes people think if you use the delay start option, for example, 20 hours, the clothes in it are not fresh anymore. So then they're a little bit more lesser satisfied about that. And if about the dryer, there's still some old-fashioned thoughts about old technology that you can't put your dryer on when you're not at home because risk of fire. It's not used anymore, this kind of technology, but it's still between the ears in some people. So there's also a little bit lesser satisfaction about that.
Okay, so more questions for the audience.
Just David,
sorry.
just on the point from Raphael, and I'm just going to go back on what Lucia just said. It's true from the social user also. If all of the pilots want to have more feedback on the social, you know, there is a questionnaire from the social user, so don't hesitate to forward them. For example, from the French pilot, we mostly install like retrofit usage from the space heater and water heaters. And like 50% were satisfied from these devices, because you have to know that when you install retrofit device on the space heater and water heaters, you have to add gateways in order to have the Wi-Fi connection. So this is taking one plug outlet, so the customer can be kind of annoyed by that. So for example, the stakeholders, when they think for the future kind of development, to integrate everything in the same box in order to avoid the end user to have this kind of disagreement. And for the flexibility, for example, for the French pilot, we manage everything automatically. And then if the end user were willing to take back the control of their appliances, of course, they were always, at least for the NG customers, they were always able to turn off the heaters or the water heaters. They were always able to take back the control on the flexibility. This was one of the key points.
Yeah, and on top, a very last comment on this. But it's really interesting question. So from our perspective, of course, we do have these low-hanging fruits where we can basically shift the load, but not reducing the energy consumption. But and this is possible with dishwasher, washing machine, such devices. And on the other hand, if we do want to create more flexibility, and we should have a deeper understanding on the building physics. And therefore, air conditioning units and HVAC system can be really a powerful tool to let buildings be part of flexibility for grids. But that requires an extra effort to me, and having an understanding on thermal inertia and such things. But definitely, I would choose that kind of item. Thank you.
So, good questions, good answers. More from the audience. We're getting good questions here. If you're not, I have to poll them directly. I know some of you.
Thank you. Hi again. So I was wondering, based on the pilot results, what would be, in your opinion, the main opportunities and challenges for the operational usage of InterConnect results at the larger scale outside the pilots? And then also, what are the benefits of using the interconnectors, also the CIF and the DSO interface, instead of other legacy forms of data exchange? Thank you.
Well, it's a question. So it's quite a complex question. So Lai is making my life quite easier, so I don't need to ask him more. So I'll leave it up to you for a reaction to this. But it's an important point, because we need to understand what was the added value, what actually drove all of these pilots, and what was the final, if you had to say, from each of the pilots, what was the key result that you say, okay, this was really something that we wouldn't otherwise do if we didn't have InterConnect project. So thank you, Laia, for making my life easier, but I'll leave it up to you for some answers with the pilot.
Okay, starting again for the Portuguese pilot, which one of in which the DSO has a more active role. I think that's a short question, but with a very complex answer. Because in terms of the results, I think that there are some results that we can adopt in the short term. There are other results that we are dependent on these types of regulation that we heard in the morning about the manufacturers adopting these kind of solutions and in fact opening the door for us to tap onto this flexibility that we spoke before. For example, I can give you the Portuguese pilot. We developed, of course, this part of the explicit demand response use case in which we communicate with the service providers. But besides that, we also worked on some other use cases, which might not seem as important, but they are very important for the users to start gaining some insights of what their behavior implies. For example, we worked on serializing more data exchanges, for example, in terms of metering data from our smart metering systems. We also made this connection to let's say, our backbone systems and are providing regularly this metering data to the home energy management systems for the users. They can have access on their project application to the real smart metering data that is being measured at their connection point. And also we are leveraging also the connectivity between these devices to gain insights to the grid, not only to provide the customer with information, but also to provide the grid with more information and hence optimize the system. For example, we have some information, or we might have some information about the connectivity status of the appliances or the devices, also some energy-related measurements such as voltage. And we can detect, for example, on the low voltage, if there is an outage on a certain area due to the loss of connectivity of, let's say, more than it should be supposed of the devices. And the same for voltage. Nowadays, we have more and more voltage violations on the low voltage due to the penetration of PV systems. And if we have more data sources that are warning us about these potential issues that are happening, we are more quick to solve them from the grid operation perspective. So this is not just about the users making their house more optimized, saving energy and saving on the bills, but also making the DSO or giving the DSO more instruments to manage the grid at this more granular level. And this is another aspect of the pilot that we haven't discussed before, but I think it's really important in our perspective.
Yeah, I go. So, thanks for asking. For us, as real estate developer, the experience we gained throughout the InterConnect project was key to ensure how powerful digital solution can be for what concern guaranteeing housing affordability. Thus, creating the condition of making a better and rationalized use of energy, thus reducing basically the energy needs at final stages, first of all. And then we had the chance to bring this kind of expertise and scale it up in other geographies where Planet Smart City is actually acting as real estate developers. So in Brazil, for example, we are running a pilot site where we are implementing photovoltaic system coupled with energy storage system and air conditioning IoT-wise, thus offering the residents these digital services to make the better use of electricity and resources. The third point, and I'm trying to get the eyes of our officer, is the fact that throughout the InterConnect project, we do know, well, at least from my side, I know that we don't have all the expertise needed, but for sure someone participating to the InterConnect project does. So creating this sense of belongings and partnership was really pleasant and brought us at a higher stage. Thank you.
Yeah, perhaps from a manufacturer point of view, we can say, so at the starting point, within KEO, we are since more than 10 years working for interoperability and such things, and then InterConnect comes up, and the idea of InterConnect, Josef tells us about what was going on there, and we said, okay, interoperability, that is EIBAS, so that's it. At the end, we can say what was the most, what we have at the end. We can say we have a spine IoT. So beginning, we only thought about communication in the local area network. Now we are communicating on a spine IoT level, also on an IoT level. So with the white goods. We enlarged also the number of manufacturers which we are now connecting with via eBus. But the important thing is that we doesn't know anything about ontologies. So we were not aware of that. Serifization or something like that was not something what we had in mind, because we were only looking at what is going on in the local area network between two devices, and now we have a whole system, looking at a whole system, knowing that interoperability doesn't end at the home. You have to be interoperability in the whole system, in the whole energy system. You have to have interoperability in whole Europe, whole world, with the devices, and then what we learned also is how you can say being interoperability between devices is one thing, data is one thing, but what we also said already is the whole installation processes at the several places. So in overarching pilot, so we had installation problems at the Portuguese pilot. Why do we have that? We did that 3 times. Why now we have these things in Portugal? So that all these things were very important to make the products better, to understand what are the real problems at the end, and also for the end customers. We had 50. As Uli said, we have at Norderstedt 50 end houses. And to be honest, if you ask me, we had 50 different problems. So, and all these problems at the end brings that the solution what we had at the end is better and stable, much more stable. And several times we have to have software updates and so on, but now, last time we had to realize the software update. We introduced it and everything works. So we were wondering what is going on here. So that are the key learnings. A lot of these key learnings, what we get from InterConnect.
On behalf of the Dutch pilots, I think we have 2 key results. One is we showcase that more than 100 smart appliances can be connected by a SIF platform and can be monitored and controlled by a third party service, serviced by a third party. And by this solution, we even, as I explained, improved satisfaction and stimulate more users. So I think that's a good result. And the other result is more data-driven. Our partner from the University of Amsterdam serifized all the sensor data for a lot of brands. We have 2 pilots, from the residential pilot and from the commercial pilot. And especially in the commercial pilot, we use more than 4,000 sensors, people counters, open door sensors, window sensors, and for all the kind of different brands, they serifized it, and therefore they created now a digital data model of both buildings, and they will showcase that next month. So it's still still in development, and this model, you can ask all kind of questions about improving energy efficiency. So that's also, I think, a good result of this project, that we have a kind of digital twin of both buildings, and there will be a lot of recommendations, I think, in the next coming years for the both pilot buildings.
Okay, I'll ask for very short answers because we're finalizing the slot.
Okay, I will do fast. So you asked concerning the benefits. So the first benefits was like, according to the developers that were using the different services, if they were going to do the same without the interoperable platform, it will have taken way more time. So that's, if you think about industrialization, it will really help to save time. That's the first benefits. Then, for example, for the French pilot, we had a specific architecture where in one home you can have different EMSs with different devices. So we create like a smart orchestrator that will going to manage the different EMSs. And so that's also part of the challenge, because then we don't have a real business model for the future, for the development. Like, who is going to take this place if we want to develop this in the real life? So that's, for example, to answer concerning the challenges. And then also, but I guess this can be said by a lot of partners, all of the legal aspect, because when you want to exchange data within the partners, you have to sign a lot of contracts, and this was a lot of drawbacks, because this was, at least in French, a lot of constraints. So.
Makes sense. It started with you, it finalized with you, so it's fine.
All right, I'm just gonna try to add a little bit of an aspect that I thought you mentioned, that you asked what about after, like what happens after with the, yeah, I think what we've seen is that a lot of the partners involved in the project developed a different service or a different software, optimize their devices that can be better offered to the customers later, or can collaborate with the others. Of course, the end users with whom you have implemented the devices, and there is the support that is needed there. There is the support that is needed in supporting the whole interoperability framework that is still to be sort of set up with the project, how this is going to go once the project is finished, because of course 50 partners working constantly with the end users and with the different stakeholders, and this taking that away, how is this going to function further? I think there is really systematic sort of support that needs to be placed in order for this to not stop there and to just say, okay, give back the devices. No, but for that to make sense and to continue on. No?
Okay, so thank you very much for the very nice interventions. I would like to thank our panel, so I will ask you to also help me thanking them. I really hope that those that didn't know the details got a bit of better glimpse of what this entails, some of the happy points and not so happy points that we had in the pilot as part of the process. Okay, with regards to the next session, we are now breaking away a bit. We'll have the next session with the open calls. So we are victims of our own success, so which means that we had too many people in the same room for the demonstrator that we had in the lab. So I'll ask just for a smaller batch just to follow me to go to the open calls and allow them to present themselves. They will still be there for other people to come afterwards. I invite you also to go to the lab and to have a bit of a coffee break outside. In the meantime, we'll be here in roughly 1 hour for the closing points and the closing of the session. So see you in a while. Thank you. and painless, let's say, in the closing session. So from my side, before passing a bit the word to Joseph and finally to Robert as our hosts, and just thank everyone for the very nice discussions here. We've been here all together with a large pool of known faces of the consortium, but also some other people from the outside, especially thanking our colleagues from the Commission side, JRC, our officer that it's also being with us today, and also, of course, Yorgos from DGNR, which is really important for us because this has been a joint dialogue, this has been a joint initiative that actually covered several fronts and several challenges. So I think we should be proud of what we managed to show here today. I hope that you also, well, the rest of the team, I'm sure that they are proud. If they're not, I'll tell them to be proud. But in all honesty, I'm really happy to see that we've managed to pull off such a large show up of what we've did. Of course, one day is not enough to show what we did and what we are doing in the project. Of course, what we are presenting here is just a glimpse. A project this big has much more to present and to show, but I think we've managed to pass a good position, a good perspective of the project. So from my side, thank you very much for attending. I think it was a very good day, long, a bit tense in some parts, a bit hot back there with the open calls, but really where we showed not only our competence, our capability to change within the moving landscape, and of course to attract others to cooperate with us. For us, it's really, really important. So from my side, this is it. I'll pass on to Joseph for final words. So go ahead.
Five minutes ago, I found out that I'm also here on the list of speakers. Good question, but I shall talk about. Now, few points I got in mind the last 5 minutes before I here prepared that. I'm now thinking about more or less about a pillow because I'm tired after such a day, but what is driving me are pillars. So that means 3 pillars which have driven me the last time. The first one is development and pilotization. So that means that is the main part, was the main part of InterConnect, and the results are really great because we have seen it here. You can use it. We have a platform framework which can be used very easily. That is the first one. The second one is standardization, because everything what we need, and that was already mentioned today several times, standardization is very important. And my wish to the platform, to the semantic interoperability framework is that we also try to think about what parts of that is needed to be standardized in the future. I'm thinking about communication path, yeah, and so on. What was the third point now? Good question. Probably not that relevant right now. I come back to that, yeah.
Maybe Joe Biden can help.
Yeah, that's. We were talking about Joe Biden. No, I forgot that. Go ahead. Later on, yeah?
Okay, so you're already announcing that you will have the final word after you remember?
No, I do not know. But so, if you have also a wish, yeah, you can do it, but...
Okay, yeah, so David gave me the honor for the last words as the host of today, so IBAS has had the pleasure to welcome you in our premises. I hope that you also felt yourself comfortable here and had a nice day. And I was just thinking about what is the added value coming to Cologne. So I think originally it was a plan that it should take place in Brussels, which would be normal for a European commissioning project. But first of all, I think coming to Cologne is also a nice city. But there's another point I want to elaborate on is that coming here instead of some hotel environment maybe in Brussels, or it could be a hotel somewhere else, is that we had our living lab to show you, and we had the separate room with the open courts. So I think here what you could experience apart from our presentations and the networking is that you see interoperability live at work. So there were some pilots that were presented, but at the same time, our setup in our living lab is something where the things we are working on, part of this is InterConnect project, the interoperability topics are there 24 hours 7. And that's something which is, I think, is also quite nice for some representatives from the European Commission to see that this is real life. So it's not just invented for one day. It's something you can come and find out whenever you want. So even after InterConnect, when we have the possibility to meet again, to discuss interoperability topics again, I think places like these, we're not the only one, but places like living labs where you can experience things that makes it much more alive than just being in some room and having presentations. So I wanted to close from my side with that, pointing out that it's a pleasure to see that at work and having all these colleagues here from over the last 4 years working together. So thank you for that. And good way back home. Bye-bye.
It's too late.